How to Cook for Your Gal Stepsister, Girlfriend. Volume 2, by Tomo Shirano. Audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade Audiobooks. Chapter 1, Too Late to Buy a Shaved Ice Machine. While she's still a diamond in the rough. Sitting on the sofa, flipping through a fashion magazine, I was simply passing the time, waiting for Sunday afternoon to turn into evening. Ever since finishing lunch, I'd been doing nothing but this. I wasn't watching my favorite anime, nor was I reading a light novel. The thing currently ruling over my Sunday was this fashion magazine in my hands, not exactly the kind of thing an otaku like me usually clings to. The magazine is called Viriana. Apparently, it's pronounced Viriana. I don't know what it means. Among loyal readers, it's affectionately shortened to Veliana. Not that I'm trying to use it for fashion inspiration or anything. I mean, it's a women's fashion magazine for mid-teens to early 20s. Earlier, I said I was flipping through it, but to be precise, I've been staring at the same 5 or 6 pages from the beginning, over and over again. The opening pages feature a special on a certain model. She's the only reason I'm even holding this thing. Veliana has a relatively high-end feel and plenty of pages for a magazine, but once the section about her ends, the rest. And I know this is terribly disrespectful to everyone involved in making the magazine. The staff, models, and products feels like little more than filler. That said, I've never once considered cutting out just her pages to keep. What matters to me is that she was on the cover of a prominent, supposedly and influential fashion magazine in Japan. Even if the rest of the pages don't interest me, they're not useless. It's like a space rocket. The rocket goes to space, and the fuel tanks drop off in the atmosphere. Sure, the rocket is what makes it to space, that's the exciting part, but that doesn't mean the fuel tanks are worthless. To me, she is the rocket, and the magazine Veliana is the fuel tank. I sincerely hope that Veliana will fulfill its role as the energy that propels her, that rocket, toward the future she dreams of. Of course, I know that's a selfish way to think. Editors, fashion models, and countless others poured their hearts into making Veliana what it is. It's only because of their hard work that the magazine exists and circulates. It's undeniable that respecting everyone involved is what a healthy mindset looks like. But still, it's Sunday afternoon. Outside the window is a clear June sky, surprisingly sunny for the rainy season. On a day like this, anyone should be allowed to view the world according to their desires while lounging alone on the living room sofa. As long as it stays within the boundaries of not bothering anyone else, a little personal indulgence should be allowed. It should be fine to believe, just for now, that everything in this world, including myself, of course exists as a stage for someone we love to shine. I run my index finger across the magazine cover, printed in bold across the front, while she's still a diamond in the rough. Proof that Veliana is going all in on promoting her. But who is this girl posing on the cover? She barely has any modeling experience. She only just debuted in the May issue of Veliana. That was, in other words, just a month ago. Back then, she appeared in only a single photo. Wearing a black cap and a dark green outer layer, I guess you'd call it street style, her photograph was featured in the magazine. It didn't immediately blow up. I, for one, was freaking out, thinking the whole world's going to notice her. What's going to happen next? But when the May issue of Veliana dropped, it barely made a ripple. I kept checking online to see how much buzz she was getting. But at first, all the posts about her had the kind of impression counts you'd expect, nothing special. What I didn't realize back then, interest in her among Veliana readers was quietly growing beneath the surface. Most of the readers, mainly teenage girls, had actually been captivated the moment they saw her photo in the May issue. And before they knew it, she kept coming to mind, like the vague sense of heat at the start of a cold, making you analyze it in your own way. But very few of them were willing to express that feeling online. The reason was simple. At that point, she was still an unknown model, not a celebrity or anything. Even if I do find her captivating, isn't it a little weird to gush about someone based on a single photo? That hesitation lingered in each and every Veliana reader's mind. But gradually, those who'd been quietly interested in her began to crack. One by one, they started saying things like, "For some reason, I can't stop thinking about this girl in the photo." And before long, the number of girls online clearly expressing curiosity, "Who is this model?" snowballed. The editors at Veliana picked up on the trend quickly. And so, in the very next issue, the June issue, she was given an extraordinary promotion, the cover and a lead feature. I reflect on the whirlwind of this past month, letting nostalgia wash over me. And then, the sound of the living room door opening. Someone's entered the room. That someone slowly approaches me from behind the sofa, muffling their footsteps. Not that it's a mystery who it is. Only 2 people live in Seoul Love Shinohana, room 1008, me and my housemate. We share the same roof, and this is our living room. Just walking quietly doesn't hide your presence. My housemate doesn't actually think they can surprise me. This is just a game. I pretend to be fooled, and they pretend to fool me. It's our own little game of pretend, a form of playfulness between the 2 of us. Standing right behind the sofa, my housemate gently places both hands on the nape of my neck. Enduring the ticklish sensation, I ask, "Were you hot or cold?" "Hi. What are you talking about?" "I don't know much about modeling," I said, "but look at this page. You know these photos where the model's hair is purposely made to look messy? They probably use a fan for that, right? One of those huge ones, like a bicycle wheel. This photo here, wasn't it one of the shots taken back in February? I've been imagining it, you know. It's the dead of winter." The girl on the cover walks into the studio and takes off her coat. Then she changes into the outfit the editors prepared. Something totally off-season and light, meant for the release date months later. And then the shoot begins right away. Maybe the staff had already heated up the studio, waiting for her to arrive. But she had just come in from the February cold. Her body probably still hadn't warmed up. So when they hit her with that fan, while she's striking a pose in a shoulder-bearing outfit, I wonder what she felt in that moment. Which was it again?" she replied. "Even I was super nervous at the time, so I don't really remember. But probably I wasn't hot or cold, just kind of neutral, but..." Gone was her sneaky approach from before. Now, she rushed up to the front of the sofa and hugged me tightly from the front. I reflexively lifted the magazine high with both hands. I didn't want the corner of it to poke her in the eye. "Right now, though, I'm hot." "Yeah," I said. The one hugging me was Sakura Kozuki. She was the very girl gracing the cover of the magazine I'd just been holding. With my free hand, I reached over and patted Sakura's head. "I, Huri Kazami, your average lame otaku guy." And she, the rising, or rather, just about to rise fashion model, Sakura Kozuki. We were actually a couple. Almost no one knew this. Though we attended the same high school, we kept it secret from our teachers and classmates alike. And what's more, we were not only lovers. We also lived together under the same roof, as siblings. Siblings, though of course only legally. If I'm speaking from a purely otaku preference, I wouldn't mind if we were blood-related, you know, that moe trope, but that's strictly fiction. In reality, we're just legal siblings. How we ended up like this, it's because my mom and Sakura's dad fell in love. The 2 free-spirited adults pledged themselves to one another, but didn't formally remarry. And when they found out that Sakura and I had become a couple during middle school, they handed us this apartment in Seoul Love Shinohana and told us, "We'll cover your living expenses, so you 2 live here together from now on." My mother, who worked as a tailor, and Sakura's father, a bug researcher, left Japan and relocated to Italy where they could pursue their work more conveniently. Honestly, it was less respecting freedom and more like devouring it whole. Still, Sakura and I are grateful to those 2. Handling day-to-day life as 2 teenagers living on their own can be tough, but it's fun, too. Our high school life, just the 2 of us, had only just begun. A viral hit. Yeah, I want to go viral just once. This was right after dinner. We had just finished saying, "Thanks for the meal together," palms pressed. Sakura, sitting across from me at the dining table, made the sudden declaration. Sakura Kozuki, my little sister, and also my proud girlfriend. Though proud is a bit of a stretch, since we keep our relationship secret at school, so there's no one to boast to. She was wearing a t-shirt and dolphin shorts. Even in loungewear, she looked effortlessly composed, and seeing her like that just made me realize again how inevitable it was for her to start getting attention as a model. Didn't you already go viral from that magazine feature? The June issue of Veliana was still sitting on the living room table behind her, cover-up. You said your follower count on social media's been steadily going up, right? All your photos are getting great reactions. Especially that selfie, the one you took right there in the living room. Oh yeah, feels nostalgic now. You were panicking the whole time like, don't let any of my stuff get in the frame. You were wearing the exact same outfit from your modeling debut, the one in last month's Veliana issue. Cap bottle green outerwear, going for that wild look. Wait, did you borrow that outfit just to take that picture here? Nope. Didn't I tell you? As a commemoration of my debut, the editor-in-chief gave me the whole set as a gift, so all of that outfit is mine now. Wait, so it's in your closet right now? Exactly. But I don't think I've ever seen you wear it in private. Well, it's kinda hard to say this, but the truth is, I only really use it for social media photos. Why not wear it when you go out with friends? It looks so cool. The outfit itself is amazing, but showing up to meet my friends in the exact same clothes I wore in the magazine, with a smug look on my face, no matter how you spin it, that's just too cringy. I can't. Ah, yeah, I get that. Right, at that point it's basically cosplay. Sakura reached for her phone on the table. I mean, uploading fashion shots online and slowly gaining followers, that's a legit and respectable route, of course. But what I wanted to ask you about is this. She swiped and tapped a few times, then held the screen out to me. A social media page. It was a woman's account I didn't recognize, probably a fellow model. Her latest post was a photo of food. Beautiful, yes, but not in a way that made me hungry. The best I could describe it was 3 layers of some kind of paste stacked in a wine glass. What is this? Potato salad. This? Yeah. The white part's regular potato salad, and the red and blue layers are colored with food dye. That's insane. I couldn't help saying it aloud. The picture just didn't sit well with me. This kind of thing, it's what they call. That's aesthetic food, Onii-chan. Yeah, aesthetic. The kind of food that looks flashy when posted online, made to catch attention. Aesthetic, huh? Yeah, I know there are places that specialize in that kind of thing. There's a definite demand. Kinda reminds me of that rainbow cotton candy they used to show on TV when we were kids. I think they still sell it somewhere in Harajuku. Exactly. Since we're living in Tokyo now, we should totally go eat that sometime. Now we're city dwellers, but before high school, Sakura and I both went to a middle school out in the sticks. So, what you're saying is, you want me to make you something like that, and you want to post it to your modeling account and go viral. As expected of you, Onii-chan, you catch on quick. Sakura explained the details. Apparently, it's currently trending among fashion models to make colorful, aesthetic food and post pictures of it on social media. Besides the potato salad from earlier, she showed me several more examples. All of them were surprisingly elaborate. One even involved a dessert made using liquid nitrogen to freeze liqueur. I couldn't help blurting out, wouldn't they be better off as molecular gastronomy chefs than models? Rude, I know. Sakura might look flashy, but she's not exactly the type to jump on every online trend. However, it seems that recently an editor at her magazine advised her, it's important to ride trends like this if you want to get your name out there. So she figured, why not give it a shot, and decided to act. That said, I've pretty much never cooked anything before, so I'm counting on our household chef. By chef, she meant me. In our home, all things cooking related fall to me. Though calling me a chef is a bit much, I don't make anything fancy, just ordinary, everyday meals, so being called a chef honestly feels pretty embarrassing. Please, Onii-chan. I promise I'll pay you back someday. When Sakura puts her hands together and asks like that, I can't say no. Even though she calls it a favor, her asking me to cook something isn't unusual, it happens all the time. Even if the recipe's a bit complicated, it shouldn't count as a favor owed. All right, but no liquid nitrogen, unless they've got it at Shiraboshi. I almost agreed without thinking. Wait, actually, this might be tougher than I thought. I reconsidered. Why? When you think about it, this isn't really about food, is it? If you just asked me to make something tasty and safe, I'd do it no problem. But going viral on social media, basically, making food that's visually impressive to a crowd, I don't know if that's something I can pull off. I think you can. Your cooking always looks good too. Thanks, but that's not quite what I mean. There's a difference between food that looks tasty when you sit down to eat and food that gets attention online. What you need here is the latter, right? That's kind of a different ballpark. That's okay. I've already decided what I want you to make. Oh, you have? Yep, all right, Onii-chan, take a look at this. Sakura held out her phone again. This time, it displayed an online shopping site. One product's photo was enlarged. A shaved ice machine. Though it looked nothing like the shaved ice machines I knew. The kind with blue and white coloring, and a big Chinese letter character printed on the side. This one resembled a miniature antique sewing machine. The silver crank handle gleamed like the wheel of a carriage or something. It looked more like a decorative piece than a kitchen appliance. But if you looked closely, it did have a platform for placing an ice block and a rotating blade. Yep. After thinking hard about both style and function, I came up with the perfect answer, this. Explain. This way, I'm not just dumping the work on you, we can make it together, like a fun little project. Doesn't that sound great? Still, shaved ice, isn't it a bit early for that? It's only the beginning of June. If we're cooling down with shaved ice now, what'll we have in the summer? Drink liquid nitrogen straight. Fashion magazines are always ahead of the season, you know. I'm not going to admit defeat to that logic. June is deliberately the time, Onii-chan. Like, come on, you know how people eat hot pot in air-conditioned rooms during summer, or ice cream under a kotatsu in winter. It's a thing. We don't have a kotatsu, though. But that's just played out, if you ask me. Those are cliches, they don't give you that thrill anymore. So instead, you're aiming for shaved ice in this awkwardly in-between season. Exactly. Sakura puffed out her chest with confidence. It was the kind of explanation I kinda got, but also didn't. Still, did I really have the authority to question her logic? I mean, even I don't only shop for seasonal ingredients when I go to Shiraboshi. I'm not in a position to talk about what's in season or not. That said, I couldn't exactly just say, okay, let's tap the buy now button, either. There's one issue I can't overlook. Hey. What? Let me guess, Onii-chan. I don't want to clutter up the kitchen, right? Nailed it. That's a principle I've stuck to as the cook of the house. I like to keep the kitchen as compact and smart as possible, just the essentials. Sakura winked at me, grinning with that I've got you figured out face. The solution's simple. We don't put it in the kitchen. I'll keep it in my room when it's out of season. In your room. Yep. I totally fell for it the moment I saw it online. Isn't it cute? I want to display it in my room. So that's where the whole antique-style design comes into play. Sakura's room is soundproof, set up for her sewing hobby. She even has a sewing machine in there. I could easily picture that quirky shaved ice machine fitting right in with her aesthetic, even though I myself have no taste for decor. She was watching my reaction carefully. I closed my eyes for a moment. If I kept letting her lead the conversation, I'd end up agreeing to the purchase in no time. We didn't start living together by accident. Sakura had prepared counter-arguments for every concern I might raise. Of course, I'll pay for it entirely myself. The finishing blow. Unlike me, who's focused solely on school and doesn't have a part-time job, Sakura already has a solid income from modeling. Technically, it's her money. She can buy whatever she wants. And yet, she still came to me first. She was trying to respect my role as the cook of the house. After all that, there was no reason left to say no. And yet, something about it still held me back. Let me think about it for a bit. That's all I could say, stalling. Sakura tilted her head, puzzled. But for now, she nodded cheerfully and said, okay, sure. We've still got some of that carrot tempura from tonight in a Tupperware, I added. That's breakfast for tomorrow. With that, I retreated to my room ahead of her, rocked gently by the train on the way home from school. I wonder if there's still some of that carrot tempura I made yesterday left in the Tupperware in the fridge. The thought drifted lazily through my mind. As far as I know, tempura is hands down the easiest way to make carrots palatable. Some people probably can't stand that distinct sweetness carrots have, but when made into tempura, the flavor mellows into just a gentle aroma, which pairs perfectly with soy sauce and mirin-style seasoning. It's a top-tier rice companion. And for the cook, it's a great way to use up a bunch of carrots all at once. Wedged between a man in a suit and a woman who looked like a college student, I recalled prepping dinner in the kitchen last night. First, wash 2 carrots thoroughly. No need to peel them, I only learned that recently. Apparently, carrots are already brushed clean before being shipped, so the thin outer skin is usually gone by the time you get them. I was genuinely happy when I found that out. No more peeling, and the nutrients stay intact. The familiar resistance of cutting root vegetables returned to my palm. Slice the carrots into thin matchsticks. Add a tablespoon of oil to a frying pan. A lot of recipes call for sesame oil. But ever since I heard that it breaks down under heat, we've just used regular salad oil. Heat it on medium, stir-fry the carrots, and once they're soft and coated, add a tablespoon each of soy sauce, sake, and mirin-style seasoning, then cook off the liquid. Finally, toss in some sliced chili and a generous amount of ground sesame seeds. Since we skipped the sesame oil, we make up for it with a heavy hand on the sesame. Sakura's always a fan when I go bold with the seasonings. The train began to slow as it approached the next station. As the brakes engaged across the car, a sudden urge to scarf down a bowl of rice hit me. This morning, Sakura had trouble getting her hair to behave and took a little longer than usual getting ready. I'd already eaten by the time she came out, and since we're keeping our relationship secret from classmates and teachers, we never commute together. I wonder if she had time for breakfast after I left. If she ate the kinpira, and there's still some left in the fridge, then tonight would be the third meal in a row we've had it. Dinner last night, breakfast this morning, and dinner again. I should probably get creative with the main dish to keep her from getting bored. I thought about messaging Sakura to check, but it felt silly to bother her over something so small. I could just check the fridge when I got home. No need to overthink tonight's meal any further. There was still time to dwell on one more concern before the train arrived at our closest station. Should I buy that shaved ice machine or not? I really needed to make a decision. Or rather, now that I've had a night to sleep on it, maybe all that talk about going viral was just an excuse. Maybe Sakura just wanted to eat some shaved ice. That liquid nitrogen gelato that senior model posted might have been the real trigger. Maybe she just saw it and got the urge to try making some kind of cold dessert herself. If that's the case, then this is no different than a little kid who suddenly wants a superhero toy. The parents give in, only for the kid to lose interest after 3 days. Last night, Sakura had this giddy grin and said, "I want to top it with mango jam and black pepper." I saw it online, but for all I know, I'll walk through the door tonight and find her awkwardly laughing, saying something like, "Actually, maybe we don't need the shaved ice machine." Part of me hopes that's the case. And as soon as I thought that, I realized I was hesitating over this shaved ice machine for no good reason. No good reason, right? But no, there had to be a reason. Yet strangely, I couldn't put it into words. Just a faint, vague discomfort, lingering like a mist in my chest. I tried to peer through the fog of my own feelings to figure it out. Jealousy? Is this jealousy? All this aesthetic food stuff? A machine just for shaved ice. It's so far removed from our usual meals. It's like something foreign barged into the kitchen, my domain, and stole Sakura's attention without any warning. The next station announcement came, Shinohana Matcha. But even that doesn't quite explain it. What is this weird feeling? The train was about to stop. I'm always downplaying my cooking with a "it's nothing special." Yet now I was here, sulking like a child. It was selfish, really. I just talked to Sakura a little when I got home, and then decide clearly and cleanly. That aside, would it even taste good? Mango jam and black pepper? I opened the door to Unit 1008. "Welcome home," came Sakura's voice immediately. She skipped down the hallway from the living room to greet me at the entrance. Then, without hesitation, she jumped into my chest. I wrapped my free arm, the one not holding my school bag, lightly around her back. "Sakura, about the shaved ice machine. It's fine, I know exactly how you feel, Onii-chan. Just go get changed first, okay?" She was right. This wasn't the kind of thing we should be talking about while standing in the entryway. I headed straight to my room, changed into loungewear, and returned to the hallway. But when I opened the living room door, Sakura wasn't there. Apparently, she'd gone back to her own room. Left with nothing to do, I wandered aimlessly around the living room for a while, until I heard the sound of her door opening. Sakura stepped into the room, her entire body cloaked in a black cape. "Sakura, don't tell me." "That's right, it's cosplay time. I didn't have time to get the wig ready, so it's just the outfit today." Cosplay time. Our house's monthly tradition, Sakura's handmade costume showcase. It happened about once a month, either in her room or the living room. I was the only audience, then and now. In addition to being the most popular girl in school and a rising fashion model, Sakura had one more side to her. She was, like me, a full-on anime otaku. Especially when it came to cute girls, she was deeply, passionately obsessed. Every anime season delivered a fresh buffet of new adorable girls, and ever since the day she fell into otakudom, Sakura had been hooked without pause or end. Back in middle school, she got into manga and anime because of me, and naturally, that led her into cosplay. Now in high school, she kept her otaku hobbies secret to maintain her image as the top girl in class. But at home, when it was just the two of us, she let loose completely. Watching anime side by side on the sofa was a near-daily routine. Her cosplay, too, was something she never posted on social media. It was for my eyes only, a kind of personal, almost stoic ritual. Her costumes were high quality, too, a product of the sewing skills my mother had randomly taught her before moving to Italy. And being the only one allowed to witness it, well, for an otaku like me, it was bliss beyond words. Now of all times. I had just gotten home from school, mentally prepared to talk about the shaved ice machine, so I was a bit thrown off. Exactly because it's now, Sakura said. Before bed last night, I tried thinking about how you might be feeling, in my own way. My feelings? Yeah, I thought I did a pretty good job with my pitch, so I couldn't figure out why it didn't convince you. To Sakura, it must have felt like everything had been moving along smoothly, only for me to slam the brakes out of nowhere. I think it's because I didn't take your sense of aesthetics into consideration. My aesthetics? Right, you always say, I'm just making regular meals. But through our daily routine, you've developed your own kind of aesthetic. And maybe bringing in stuff like aesthetic food or whatever clashed with that. With this way of cooking you've built up without even realizing it. That's what I was thinking. She nodded dramatically. From beneath her cloak, her right leg, clad in tights or something similar, flashed into view for a brief second. I've been feeling weird since yesterday too, I admitted. I didn't really know why I was feeling that way. Because you're kind, Onii-chan, even while feeling conflicted, you were still trying to respect how I felt. You were still hung up on it by the time you got off at Shinohana Matchai Station, weren't you? Yeah, you got me. So was I right about what I just said? That part about clashing with my aesthetics, now that you've put it into words, it does kind of feel that way, I guess. I couldn't give a solid answer. Was Sakura right? Even though it was about my own feelings, I couldn't say for sure. You know, I want to enjoy shaved ice together, but only if you're truly on board with it. If there's even a part of you that doesn't like it, I'd rather just eat regular ice from the freezer. What I want isn't aesthetic appeal or likes. I want us to have fun together. I really appreciate that, but that's why, she said, I've decided to break your will. Wait, what? Sakura flung her cloak dramatically into the air. Revealed underneath, the full cosplay costume she had hidden. Today's cosplay is all about getting you to bend your aesthetic code. Well, the costume Sakura had chosen this time. A uniform dyed in a vivid, deep ocean blue, bold and striking. Descending upon the living room like a divine presence, she stood there, an impossibly beautiful fantasista. The anime featuring the character she was cosplaying as today was called Aoashi, or as it's more commonly called, Aoashi. It's a spring anime that started airing this April. A pretty popular one, too. The original manga runs in the weekly boys magazine Shonen Revolver, published by the major publisher, Mandansha. As for what kind of manga it is, well, that's a little hard to define. Most media outlets list it as a soccer manga, but dedicated fans often criticize that label as being overly simplistic. Here's the premise, as pulled straight from the promotional video released when the anime adaptation was announced. A pitch-black void. Nothing can be seen. All we know is that it's a vast, open space. In the beginning, woman was the sun. A dramatically deep voice, provided by popular voice actor Hiroshi Miyagami, echoes. I love women. That's why I want them to shine even more. I want them to keep shining, just for my enjoyment. That alone is enough. If you girls just keep sparkling, I'll be perfectly happy. It's not support born of pure admiration. It's a twisted outpouring of selfish desire. Especially in sports. With that line, light bursts into the darkness, and what's revealed is a soccer field. From Japan, we're gonna make women's soccer the greatest sport in the world. Standing at the center of the field is the speaker. A man with straight-cut bangs and sunglasses, looking shady in the most obvious way possible. You girls are gonna save soccerer. And that's when the story goes off the rails. This man's true identity. A necromancer, someone who manipulates spirits and the dead. A pervert-turned-genius who pursued necromancy to the extreme in his obsession with women. Responding to his call, the ground across the soccer field begins to bulge and rise. Breaking through the turf, crawling out from the earth, are 300 girls. Their identities? The dead. Girls who tragically died in their teens from illness or accidents, now revived by the necromancer. 300 beautiful zombie girls. Rejoice, ladies. I'm giving you a chance to return to life from your undead state, but only 5 of you will make it. Starting now, you'll be participating in a player training program I personally designed. Those who make it to the end, the final 5, will be gifted real human bodies, and I'll transfer your souls into them. I know some of you have never played soccer. Heck, probably none of you have. But don't worry, each of you possesses legendary potential. I'm looking forward to seeing that talent explode on the field. The zombie girls stir with excitement. Confused by the sudden situation, but unable to contain their hope at the chance to come back to life. However, but those who drop out. The man taps his neck twice. The girls mimic him and touch their own necks, only then realizing they're all wearing collars, undetachable. The women I believe in aren't weaklings who'd lose to a trial set by a man like me. If you drop out of the program, those collars will erupt in flames, and you'll be forcibly out of existence. The girls still don't know the full extent of what awaits them. The world is crying out for heroines. He says this now in a cold, measured voice. The place is called the Blue Cremation Ground. A battle for survival, no, resurrection, unfolds among 300 zombie girls in a deadly game of soccer. Fight until you burn to ashes. Right now, the outfit Sakura is wearing is the blue uniform worn by the protagonist team in Ayashi. And it was easy to tell exactly which character she was cosplaying. In Ayashi, each character is ranked according to their skill as a soccer player, from first down. That rank number is printed in large white digits on their chest. The number printed on Sakura's chest now, 15. The anime, which began airing in April, was already approaching its climax. If I remember right, the 15th ranked character at this point in the anime is Wait. Is Sakura basing this off the manga in Shonen Revolver instead? But she's only been watching the anime, so that must mean. I looked up from her chest. There, slightly blushing, she flashed a mischievous smile. Just like when I cosplayed Spider Lin last month. You're staring at my boobs too much, Onii-chan. And no, you've got it wrong. I was just trying to figure out who you were cosplaying based on the uniform number. Awe, you're so cute, all flustered like that. She poked my chest with her fingertip, then reached around and hugged me tight from behind. When Sakura first got into cosplay, she used to come up with excuses like, I want you to feel the fabric, Onii-chan, before slowly closing the distance. These days, though, no pretense, no hesitation. Illegal use of hands. Is that a soccer rule? I don't think so. I heard it in an anime about cute elementary school girls playing basketball. Then it's a basketball rule. Sakura's primary motivation for watching anime is always the cute girls, which means she rarely gets invested in things like deep thematic nuance or meticulously built world building. Even with Ayashi, she's probably been watching religiously each week just to see the gorgeously animated girls kick balls around. So it's not strange if she doesn't know much about the actual rules of soccer. Some might say she's not showing respect to the sport, which could be seen as lacking otaku honor, but hey, everyone enjoys anime their own way. So, that was Sekimai-chan from Ayashi, this time. Going for the main heroine, huh? As always, it looks amazing on you. The sporty vibe really fits your image. I'm looking forward to seeing the full version with the wig, too. Haha, thanks. I'll show you the complete look soon, so stay hyped, okay? And the girls in Ayashi might be zombies, but they're not rotting or anything, just patchwork stitches across their bodies. It's got a kind of cute, pop art feel, so it's an easier cosplay to pull off. So this cosplay is your peace offering, the thing that'll convince me to sit down and eat shaved ice with you without complaint. Smart move. I have to admit, I am close to surrendering. Ah no, not exactly. Hi. Sakura pulled away from me slightly. Because up to this point, this is just our usual monthly routine, right? You, Onii-chan, have the sole right and obligation in this world to appreciate my cosplay to its fullest. It's not like I'd try to use that to guilt you into anything now. Wait, so, what did you mean by breaking my will? It's about Ashi's innerwear controversy. What? The Ashi innerwear controversy. That debate has been ongoing among fans ever since the manga first began serialization. Let me explain. In Ashi, the characters' soccer uniforms all share the same base design, differing only in team colors. The issue lies in what they wear under those uniforms, the innerwear. Stretching out from under the short sleeves and short pants, covering the wrists and ankles, are skin-tight black tights. And that's where the endless debate among fans begins. It's clearly a full bodysuit. But wouldn't that restrict movement? I bet it's separate pieces under the uniform. Come on, just leave the midriff bare when they take the uniform off, please. Even fan art online shows wildly different interpretations. You can practically see each artist's particular tastes coming through. Sakura and I even discussed this before. So, what do you think about Ashi's innerwear, Sakura? Isn't it better that we don't see it? Like how wishing to see the full moon behind clouds kind of kills the mood. It's unrefined, don't you think? On hazy moonlit nights, you just enjoy the hazy moon. Isn't that the heart of Japanese aesthetics? Who even are you? In short, the ambiguity fuels the fans' imagination. At the time, I accepted it as Sakura's aesthetic. And yet, no way, under that uniform, is that your personal answer to the innerwear controversy. But Sakura, didn't you say before that you didn't want to make it explicit? I did, but if I'm asking you to compromise your aesthetic, then I figured I should compromise mine too. So this isn't just mutual loss, it's mutual bending. Doesn't that make it fair? Can't we call it even on the shaved ice machine now? You owe it to total surrender. Yes, I had been utterly and completely defeated. Please, let me make the shaved ice. I was just about to bow my head and say the words, when a vibration broke the silence, from Sakura's phone, sitting on the living room table. At first, I figured it was some random notification. I almost ignored it, but I couldn't. It wasn't a call, but it buzzed continuously like hiccups. Something was clearly off. Hang on a sec, Sakura said, picking up her phone. It's from my SNS account. I've got it set to ignore likes, unless something huge happens, so for it to be buzzing like this. She unlocked it, and her expression froze. It's blowing up. One of your posts. What could this mean? We'd spent all night and the entire day thinking of ways to go viral. And now, it was happening before we even launched the plan. It was like winning by forfeit before the starting whistle. Sakura, visibly confused, turned the phone screen toward me. There on the display was a picture of carrot tempura, still in a Tupperware container. No filters, no styling, just a brownish-orange heap of food. No doubt the very side dish I'd made last night. Why? How did this end up on Sakura's account? After you went to your room last night, I just randomly took a photo and uploaded it. It tasted really good. Sakura said it with a guilty look. I wasn't angry, not in the slightest. After all, our whole plan was to go viral using my cooking. The only change was the dish, from shaved ice to tempura. So there was no reason to be upset, except there was a tiny bit of embarrassment. Not because my homemade leftovers had been exposed to the world, but because of the caption Sakura wrote. Made by someone I love in my family. Most people who saw it would probably assume she meant a parent. Still, why did this even go viral? I checked the comments under the post. Lately, every model's posting polished aesthetic food, but Sakura-chan, not following trends, love that. That's a top-tier model for you. Totally agree. This kind of thing is the most delicious in the end. It seems my humble tempura, dropped among rows of perfect selfies, had hit some strange sweet spot with her followers. Good for you, Sakura. Yeah. Sakura hugged her phone to her chest, as if wrapping her arms around the whole digital world beyond the screen. So, Sakura, about the shaved ice machine. I don't think I need it anymore. Really? Yeah. Even if we bought it now, it's too late. I'm already totally satisfied. I see. Oh, and about the cosplay innerwear, I take back what I said. I'm not showing you anymore. What? Well, we don't need the shaved ice machine anymore, right? You didn't have to bend your aesthetic after all, so I'm not bending mine either. Nuo, come on please, just let me see it, I'll do anything please. And no groveling, Onii-chan, seriously. The only thing that's actually bent is your aesthetic outside the kitchen. Ugh. Outside the window, the sun set once more. Chapter 2, Those Whose Hearts Remained Unmoved. I, Huri Kazami, am not what you'd call an honor student. I do put a decent amount of effort into my studies. I've never once disrupted class with idle chatter or nonsense. Every day, I make it a routine to do both my homework and review, and I usually get good grades on tests. But that doesn't make me an honor student. I don't think the teachers or my classmates view me that way either. Even if academics are the primary role of a student, school isn't such a peaceful place where simply being studious earns you positive attention. I think what I lack is the upright, model student kind of image. Not that I'm a delinquent or anything, but I wouldn't call myself particularly respectable either. I suppose I just don't have much presence. I lack that ideal student aura, or whatever you'd call it. For example, during breaks, I hang out with a small group of friends, talking animatedly about anime and manga. But our group doesn't really interact with others. We keep to ourselves, radiating an unspoken, don't come near vibe. You could call it a kind of group introversion. There's no reason for anyone to think of me as someone notable in the classroom. Not that I'm asking for that anyway. Well, I think that's enough of an introduction to my life as a high schooler. In short, I'm diligent. That's my only redeeming quality. And even for someone like me, school classes can be incredibly boring. You sit in your chair for what feels like forever. No matter how hard the teacher tries to be creative, and I do feel bad about this, class will always be a passive experience for students. Still, there is one subject that I can't help but pay close attention to. That is, your favorite character in Aoashi was Shunryu Murakami, right, Tsunakichi? The legendary zombie pirate girl who came back from the Sengoku era. She used to be the fleet commander of the Murakami Navy. In the story, she leads her teammates through brute force, so yeah, she's basically a villain. She gets defeated by the main team in episode 4 and exits the stage. When she shoots, there's this pirate ship effect cutting through a sea full of whirlpools, and that's actually tied to real-life soccer techniques. This was Rokuhara Kikuteru's unofficial anime lecture. Obviously not part of the official curriculum. Kikuteru is a classmate and one of my few friends. He's a bit short for a guy. He has a soft, gentle face and a reserved personality. Once you talk to him, he's the type who puts you at ease, and he's generally likable. Still, unless he's comfortable around you, he's always a little jittery. He's a naturally tense person. So Aoashi actually respects real soccer techniques quite a bit, Tsunakichi said, as he lifted the rim of his round glasses with his middle finger in that signature smug gesture. With that kind of move, it almost looked like he had just finished the lecture instead of Kikuteru. Huri Kazami, Rokuhara Kikuteru, and Kyudo Tsunakichi. We're the class's trio of plain-looking guys. And we're all otaku. Almost every lunch break, the three of us huddle in the classroom corner by the cleaning supplies cabinet, chatting and laughing. Mostly about the anime and manga we're into at the time, just like right now. I can't wait to get to that scene. You've only watched up to episode 3, right? You okay with spoilers? No worries, Huri. I'm the type who forgets spoilers completely once I get into the actual show. Is that so? It's actually a win, right? When I finally reach the scene that was spoiled, I get both the whoa from seeing it for the first time and the added, this is what they were talking about bonus. It's like getting 2 flavors from one bite. Tsunakichi said it in a tone that made it hard to tell if he was serious or joking. But at the very least, he really didn't seem to mind spoilers, so we could talk freely without hesitation. The three of us only started talking about Aoashi fairly recently. As the spring anime season drew to a close, we found ourselves saying things like, actually, I kinda liked that show, even though we hadn't brought it up much before. Aoashi was one of those titles. I think I was the first to mention liking it. Then Kikuteru followed with, of course I've been watching it too. Tsunakichi hadn't seen any of it at that point, so he's now catching up. But he doesn't act self-conscious about being a newbie. He just joins the conversation like normal, so it never feels awkward. Wait, Kikuteru, didn't you say Shunryu Murakami gets defeated in episode 4? I've only seen up to episode 3, so that means next is that famous scene I've heard so much about online. How did it go again? Right, something like this. 1 point behind, the keeper rushes out in front of the goal rat, but before he can reach the ball, Kaimai slams in a no-trap shot. Everything you just said is wrong, Tsunakichi. Did you just say goal rat? What's that? You meant goal mouth, right? And you called it a bibind instead of a bind. What's that? Some weird praise for India. Also, the shot Kaimai scores in that game was a direct shot. Kikutaro always corrects mistakes in that flat, low-key way. Never accusatory, just calmly pointing things out. Tsunakichi smiled awkwardly and shut his mouth. Shunryu Murakami's signature move is the no-spin shot. The reason this kind of shot is hard to predict is because the ball's trajectory wobbles. That happens because when a ball is kicked without spin, countless air vortices form in its wake. That's what makes the path unstable. Kikutaro continued his lecture. Tsunakichi and I both nodded along. Lecture sounds a bit heavy, but Kikutaro's version has a different vibe. Maybe it's the timing. There's nothing annoying about it. It draws you in naturally. And just when he sees that one of us is itching to jump in, he smoothly steps back and becomes the listener instead. Sometimes, I half-jokingly think, this guy should just become a teacher someday. But I've never said it out loud, because I know it would only make him uncomfortable. Kikutaro only opens up like this to a very select few, like his beloved mother and a couple of close friends. He clearly has no interest in any job that would require him to speak in front of a crowd. A shot that cuts forward, trailing swirling air behind it, it's like comparing it to a pirate ship charging through a sea full of whirlpools. Kikutaro's smooth explanation came to an abrupt stop. Huh? Tsunakichi and I tilted our heads. Kikutaro was staring at the classroom floor, looking shaken. We were confused at first, but the reason quickly became clear. Hey, you little otaku boys. Only Kikutaro had spotted her approaching from behind us, Sakura. Sakura Kuzuki had called out to us. At school, she's my polar opposite. She's only decent in academics, though I help her study when she's in a bind, so she's at least maintaining passable grades. But thanks to her stunning looks and easygoing nature, she's adored by everyone, teachers included. Getting spoken to by her is, for most people at school, a lucky event. Being around someone so popular is like sitting in a safe zone in the closed-off world of school life. In other words, Sakura is the kind of person who can make others feel psychologically rewarded just by talking to them. She may seem like she chats with people on a whim, but she's also extremely skilled at not touching anyone's sore spots. She has a deep understanding of human nature. The other day, she backed me into a corner so precisely that I almost ended up buying a shaved ice machine. And that kind of delicate probing into people's hearts is something Sakura excels at. Listen up, otaku boys. So, we were just talking, and apparently, for 5th period math, Mr. Kiyazaki might leave early for something urgent, so we might get self-study instead. We can't make a big scene since the other classes still have regular lessons, but doesn't it feel kind of thrilling? Like the whole class is getting away with something just a little bad. Can you believe it? In this huge school, other classes are stuck in lessons, and we're the only ones who get a break. Awesome. Classic Sakura. It was the perfect topic. Spreading important, happy news to the class is exactly what a class leader-type girl would do. She was glowing with an aura of wanting to share her joy with everyone. And when she said everyone in class, she even included us, the loner trio. We should have been touched. She actually counts us as part of the class. Back in May, after a few incidents, the three of us had grown cautious about letting Sakura drag us into anime-related conversations. She seemed to have picked up on that, too. There was no sign she intended to steer the conversation that way now. Back then, she had no problem butting in with stuff like, "This otaku boy is watching another pervy anime on his phone. This one's way too pervy. I love this girl character because she's super pervy." But ever since June, whenever she talks to our group, she's been very careful not to mention anime at all. Tsunakichi looked relieved and was about to respond to her. But then, I need to go to the bathroom. Without another word, Kikutaro quickly stepped away and left the classroom. I instinctively held my breath. Even if it was urgent, there was no worse timing than this. It was obvious to anyone. Kikutaro had bolted the moment Sakura joined the conversation. Nervously, I glanced at Sakura's face and saw that flawless, carefree smile, clearly an act. Even Tsunakichi had to realize that. And Sakura knew we'd see through it. That was part of the performance, too. The meaning behind her expression was clear. I don't mind, so you don't need to either. Tsunakichi and I could only give her feeble, forced smiles in return, barely passing as social camouflage. Kikutaro didn't come back until just before 5th period started. For the record, Mr. Kiyazaki showed up in class right as the bell rang and proceeded with a regular lesson. Maybe that urgent errand had been cancelled after all. Personally, I was glad he hadn't left early. Urgent errand has an ominous ring to it. If he hadn't shown up, I'd have assumed something bad happened to him. I'm glad it didn't. Most of the class, who had been hoping 5th period would be extended lunch, tried not to show their disappointment, but it was there. Even Mr. Kiyazaki seemed to sense the mood and looked a little dejected himself. Being a teacher must be tough, I thought, as I braced myself on the kitchen counter with both hands. What do I do about this? A mutter to myself. It wasn't because I couldn't decide on dinner. What was troubling me was Kikutaro's behavior today. I didn't think he'd go so far out of his way to avoid Sakura. At school, Sakura and I keep our relationship a complete secret. We pretend to be nothing more than classmates. Why the secrecy? Simply put, it would be a hassle if people found out. If we truly wanted to avoid getting found out, maybe we should have just gone to different high schools. But back in 3rd year of middle school, when we were choosing where to go next, neither of us even thought to suggest that. Sakura had been hurt by relationships at school, and I didn't want her going somewhere I couldn't keep an eye on her. And so, here we are. At school, we act like we're strangers with no particular connection. Still, Sakura, wanting to take advantage of us being in the same class, came up with a plan to talk to me naturally. From the start of high school, she deliberately played the role of the bubbly girl who could talk to anyone. Thanks to that, we're able to have some level of communication at school while still maintaining our image as just classmates. Even if she occasionally came over to check on me during class, nobody questioned it until now. Because she slipped up a little last month. She misjudged the distance between her and my 2 friends, Tsunakichi and Kikutaro, and it left a bit of a mess. Since then, both of them have been a little wary of her. Tsunakichi isn't too much of a problem. He misunderstood and thought Sakura was giving me a hard time, so he spoke up more as a stand-in for me. Even today, when Sakura came to talk, he didn't seem to hold any real grudge. The problem is Kikutaro. Last month, at a burger joint, he said it plainly to my face. I don't like Kuzuki-san. Don't like, yeah, hate, basically. That's a heavy word. I remember Kikutaro once described himself like this. I don't feel guilty about condemning something I believe is wrong. But I always thought that condemning was just something he did internally. Today, though, he showed it openly. He made it clear he was avoiding her. It was a visible, unmistakable rejection. As someone who knows Kikutaro well, I hadn't expected that. It might sound harsh to say about a friend, but people who are truly shy usually can't even bring themselves to run away. They're scared of being seen as running away by others. I know that feeling myself. It might seem contradictory, but the way he acted today proves something. Kikutaro doesn't feel threatened by Sakura. What changed in him, I wonder? Just as I tried to dig deeper into that question. I'm whom, Onii-chan. The door of Unit 1008 swung open. Sakura was back. Sakura was back. Oh, you're early. Weren't you supposed to hang out with your friends today? I made up a decent excuse and slipped away. That was unexpected. Sakura, who aspires to be a strong woman, values her current friendships, the ones she's built among the popular girls in class. Though to be clear, she respects those friendships, but she doesn't hold them dear. As it stands, I'm the only person at school Sakura truly considers important. No one but me knows about the trust issues she's carried since middle school or the coping mechanisms she's developed. She refuses to form attachments to others, but she observes and understands people with precision, using that to rise to the top of the social chain. As long as she lives that way, she can reduce the risk of betrayal. Even if someone does betray her, she can protect her heart. That's what Sakura believes. The only things that give her a sense of psychological safety are her way of life and me, her boyfriend. Still in her uniform, she flopped down on the sofa. Then, as if sitting wasn't enough to relax her, she lay on her back. Sakura, about today. Ugh, don't say anything. I'm exhausted from all that. That's why I didn't hang out with anyone after school. I didn't think Kikutaro's reaction had affected her that much. Clearly, we needed to have a proper talk about it, except it kinda scared me. Scared you? That thing after school. But Kikutaro blew her off during lunch. Apparently, Sakura and I were talking about two totally different things. What she meant wasn't Kikutaro. That thing after school, she was probably referring to a little incident involving Hiyodori-san. Miya Hiyodori, a girl in our class. She's widely seen as Sakura's closest friend. Hiyodori really admires Sakura as a friend. When Sakura debuted as a model in a magazine back in May, Hiyodori clipped the page, laminated it, and proudly brought it to school, then stuck it right up on the bulletin board at the back of the classroom. At that point, she was less a friend and more a fan. A veteran fan. Apparently, Hiyodori wasn't even a regular reader of Veliana to begin with. Before her debut, Sakura had kept it completely secret, bound by her confidentiality agreement with the magazine. Naturally, I was the only one she told in advance. On the release day of Veliana's May issue, Hiyodori just happened to stroll into a bookstore. She later said she felt like she was being called to the magazine section. She picked up a random issue of Veliana for the first time ever, flipped through it, and there was Sakura. Sakura had planned to announce her modeling debut to her friends the day after release, but Hiyodori beat her to it. For Hiyodori-san, who harbored an admiration for Sakura that went far beyond simple friendship, being the first to announce Sakura's modeling debut in class was a badge of honor. Even so, thanks to Sakura's adept way of handling relationships, there was no visible sense of hierarchy between them. It was curious, really. Still, not everyone viewed their relationship with kind eyes. Both Sakura and Hiyodori-san were indisputably at the top of the social ladder, not just in their year, but in the entire school. And naturally, that kind of status attracts envy. It's one of life's sad truths. You can't be liked by everyone. Of course, no one would dare say to Hiyodori-san's face, acting all high and mighty just because you're Sakura Kuzuki's sidekick. Anyone who did would risk being iced out by Sakura and her friends until graduation. No one's foolish enough to take that gamble. So any criticisms toward Hiyodori-san naturally came in the form of whispers behind her back. Up until now, she didn't seem aware of this particular side effect of popularity. But then today, just a few hours ago, after school, I was at my desk packing up, while Sakura was surrounded by friends, chatting about where to hang out next. That's when it happened. A jokester from Sakura's group let something slip. "Hey, Hio-chan," some of her friends call her that. "This is exactly why people say you're Kuzuki's lapdog." He didn't mean any harm. He was just cracking a joke to liven things up. Even from where I was sitting, I could tell the air around Sakura's group froze for a second. Nah, it wasn't a big deal at the time. Really? If you can't instantly think of 3 different ways to smooth things over in a situation like that, you can't be the leader of a top-tier clique. You could scold the guy playfully and move on, or, oh, here's a good one, take Mia out of the classroom and explain things while comforting her. That way, the rest of the group doesn't feel awkward or obligated to do anything. I respect that. Me, Tsunakichi, and Kikutaro, we avoid drama like the plague. We always steer our group away from any potential collisions. But you guys talk however you like to keep things interesting, and when something crashes, someone knows how to clean it up. You guys drive safe on public roads. Our group's more like a high-speed F1 race, fully aware we might crash at any second. I'm still not sure which is better, avoiding accidents altogether or learning from them and building skill through handling them. Anyway, there really was no issue until that one slip of the tongue. What complicated things afterward was none other than Hiyodori-san herself. Lapdog. She muttered the word with no expression. She didn't look angry. She didn't seem confused by what it meant. She wasn't feigning ignorance or looking sad either. It was hard to tell how she was taking the realization that she was being talked about that way behind her back. The rest of the group waited for her next words. How she responded would determine how they all handled the situation. And then, "I think I'd rather be Sakura's cardigan than her lapdog." She said it in the same carefree tone a kid might say, "I hope today's school lunch is fried bread," on the way to class. Ignoring the stunned looks around her, Hiyodori-san grabbed her school bag. "What's up, everyone? Come on, let's head out already." Yeah, we can't just let that go, you know." Sakura, brows drawn together in concern, stopped her. She didn't look eager to do it, but there was no one else who could step up and ask what Hiyodori really meant. Only Sakura could do it. Hiyodori-san placed her school bag back on the desk, turned to Sakura, and shyly touched her brightly polished fingernails together. You really want to go there? Absolutely. I don't actually care about being called a lapdog. You don't. She seemed completely unfazed by the gossip. At that point, everyone around her breathed a collective sigh of relief. I love Sakura, so what if other people see it differently? I can't control that, but when I heard the word lapdog, it got me thinking, a cardigan would be way better. Oh, what? At first, I didn't even know why I thought that. But now I do, I know how I really feel. It's jealousy. I'm jealous of Sakura's cardigan. I want to stay close to her, protect her back, and wrap her up when she's cold, just like this. Hiyodori-san walked behind Sakura. And then, she hugged her from behind. It was the kind of embrace only someone truly cherishing another would give, more than words could ever express. It was way too emotionally charged to pass as casual communication between girls. Wow, wait, Maya, what are you doing? This is your fault, you know. What? How? You made me say it all out loud. I couldn't hold it in anymore. Hiyodori-san closed her eyes in bliss. The rest of the group, witnessing the scene, smiled and quietly left the classroom one by one. Their faces all said the same thing, looks like things are fine now. And to be fair, if they didn't leave soon, they'd run out of time to actually go hang out. Hey, wait up guys, don't leave me like this. Sakura chased after them with a pitiful cry. Unlike a cardigan that drapes lightly around the waist, dragging Hiyodori-san along, who was firmly latched on, looked like no easy task. It's not like I hated it or anything, okay? I mean, we're both girls. From the sofa in the living room, Sakura rolled over deftly. But you know, Mia didn't let go of me until we were past the school gate. I'm totally exhausted. I don't think I need to go to the gym this week. Hiyodori-san's no pushover, huh? Getting Sakura to break a sweat. Don't act like it's someone else's problem. This isn't unrelated to you, you know. What does it have to do with me? She got jealous of my cardigan, remember. Imagine what she'd do if she found out I had a head-over-heels, live-in boyfriend. She'd go up in flames. Jealousy. She'd roast you. So yeah, I figured if I hung around with her any longer, she'd just keep escalating, and that started to freak me out. That's why I ditched our outing and came straight home. I mean seriously, I didn't think she'd get that handsy in the classroom of all places. Well, maybe it's just the kind of playful roughhousing close friends do. Sakura didn't answer right away. We were on the 10th floor. From the living room window, you could faintly hear the sound of cars passing along the two-lane street several buildings over. Just a bit. I regretted saying that. I knew it was naive of me to hope that Sakura might genuinely think of Hiyodori-san as a close friend, not just a useful classmate for maintaining her position as a class leader. What a shallow thought. Of course it's better to have someone you can open up to. It was a dumb, idealistic thing to project onto her. Sakura's life isn't that simple. I've always known that. But Onii-chan, you don't go around hugging Tsunakichi-kun or Kikutaro-kun, do you? Whether she sensed my internal conflict or not, Sakura answered with a teasing jab. I like those guys, but don't make me imagine that. It's disgusting, I'll throw up. Just playful roughhousing only works when it's girls. So not even if it's Kikutaro-kun, and he's borderline cute. No. And what if I said yes? I'd be jealous. Also, how the hell did you get to the idea that if it's Kikutaro, I might be okay with it? Well, if you look closely, he's got a cute face, right? I could totally see a cross-dressing plotline happening at some point. A plotline? What kind of life are we living here? As we kept bantering, I felt myself relaxing. All the worries I'd had earlier in the kitchen suddenly seemed stupid. Maybe I was the only one still hung up on what happened during lunch today. My concern about Kikutaro's cold behavior towards Sakura, yeah, that was quickly fading. The way Sakura talked now, casually using Kikutaro as the butt of a joke, showed no sign she was still hurt. And maybe Kikutaro really did just get hit with a sudden stomachache. Maybe he wasn't trying to avoid her at all. So, what do you want for dinner? With a clear head, I was finally ready to take her request. Fresh out of the bath, blood circulation buzzing, Sakura stood naked in the changing room, gazing at herself in the mirror. When I get home, Onii-chan is definitely going to bring up lunch break, Kikutaro-kun's attitude and all that. She'd already expected it before she left school. So when her brother greeted her with, "Sakura, about today," it was no surprise. That's why she deliberately steered the conversation away. It was pathetic, but she dodged the topic because she didn't want to talk about Kikutaro. Yeah, it really got to me. The way Kikutaro-kun ran away from me so blatantly today, it was a shock. But it wasn't the fact that Kikutaro had shown visible disgust toward her that hurt. Ever since we started high school, Onii-chan's been looking so happy every day. Compared to his middle school days, when he led the manga club, now he seemed like he was finally at peace. And then last month, I screwed up. I upset Kikutaro-kun and Tsunakichi-kun, people who make Onii-chan happy. I made trouble for him. In the end, everything in Sakura's life revolved around her brother. Everyone else didn't matter. She understood that it was precisely this mindset that had led to her mistake, hurting the very people that mattered to him. Fixing things with Kikutaro-kun, that's going to be a long game. It's selfish, but I'll work hard to make things right before the school year changes. For Onii-chan's sake, I'm sorry, Kikutaro-kun. I'll try my best not to make you uncomfortable again. How pathetic. Seriously, how lame am I? The buzz around the June issue of Veliana echoed in her mind. That widely praised front-page spread, girls all over social media were commenting, "I want to be like Sakura." And yet, here I'm like this. She could only feel shame. And suddenly, she wondered, what's Mia always thinking, I wonder? She doesn't even try to hide how much she admires me. Right after enrollment, Mia had started lingering around her, eyes shining with awe. Admiration, a fragile word. It's like a coin with vastly different values on each side, completely unstable. Admiring someone distant and unreachable is a common experience. But showing excessive admiration for someone too close, like a classmate, feels oddly off. Mia hadn't really changed since Sakura's debut as a model. Back when Mia first admired me, which version of me was it? The me who'd eventually become a model? Or just the ordinary classmate version? She didn't know. Maybe Mia didn't either. And maybe only when Mia sees the real Sakura for who she is, will the coin finally land, revealing the truth. Maybe there's no point thinking about this. I've never been good at it anyway. The only thing I need to focus on is not making Onii-chan hate me. That's all that matters in my life right now. To change her mood, she struck a pose in front of the mirror. Damp skin, flushed cheeks, glistening eyes. A provocative pose, completely different from the one she struck during the Veliana shoot. This time, she leaned fully into her own version of femininity, putting it boldly on display. I bet none of the Veliana readers would imagine that I'm here in front of a mirror, striking gravure-idol-style poses while thinking about the guy I like. Especially not after I tried so hard to act like some cool, composed woman in that June issue interview. Just then, a knock came from the hallway side of the closed changing room door. What is it, Onii-chan? Ah, just wondering if we still have a box of tissues in stock. The one in the living room's about to run out. Sounds like you're changing. I'll ask later. Ah, wait a second. The spare supplies that are kept in the cabinet under the sink. Sakura hurriedly pulled out a box of tissues and, "Here you go, Onii-chan." She opened the door and held it out to her brother. For a moment, he didn't take it. Sakura was about to ask if something was wrong, worried by how he froze like a life-size figurine, but then realized the cause. Crap, I was lost in thought and forgot I wasn't wearing anything. While she opened and closed her mouth, fumbling for an excuse. Thanks, that helps. Avoiding eye contact, or rather, deliberately focusing only on her eyes, he took the box from her. The door quietly shut. After that, the two of them carried on like nothing had happened. But just before bedtime, Sakura finally decided to address it. Sorry you had to see something weird earlier. Absolutely not. That was definitely not something weird. I mean, with proper timing and mental preparation. And, well, I've got stuff too, you know. Blushing fiercely, he scrambled to explain. Sakura watched him with a fond smile. What do I want to become, I wonder, after school? It was just late enough that most sports clubs were wrapping up. I was walking against the flow of students trickling out through the front gate, heading back into the school. Normally, I'd be swaying along in the train by now. But just as I was about to board at the station nearest school, I got a sudden call from an unknown number. I wouldn't usually pick up. But today was different. Call it a gut feeling, but something made me hit the answer button. It was Sakura. Sorry, Onii-chan, you said you were staying at school to study today, right? I think I left my phone behind. I just noticed, I'm already on my way home, but if you're still at school, could you check around my desk for it? I'm 90% sure it's there. I'll head back now too. Realizing she forgot her phone on the way home, Sakura had borrowed a landline at a nearby cafe and called me. Honestly, she's such a handful. I grumbled inwardly, but truth be told, I didn't really mind being relied on. I reached the classroom, opened the door. No one comes here at this hour. As expected, it was empty. I walked over to Sakura's desk. Right, left, quick glance out the window. No one was watching. I carefully rifled through her desk. Ah, there it is, just like she said, tucked among her textbooks and notebooks. Glad it turned up right away. Would have been a pain if it didn't. That was almost too easy. I slipped Sakura's phone into my school bag. Mission complete. Time to head home. Kazami-kun. My heart skipped a beat. A voice called out from behind me, right from the classroom door. I turned around cautiously. It was Hiyodori-san. Ah, hey, Hiyodori-san. Didn't notice you there. How careless can I be? Didn't notice you? Seriously. Trying too hard to hide the fact I'd just been rummaging through Sakura's desk only made me sound suspicious. Calm down, there's nothing to worry about. I checked before coming in, no one was around. Hiyodori-san must have just gotten here, there's no way she saw me. Right? If she had seen anything, she would have been the worst possible witness. But Hiyodori didn't look suspicious or accusatory. Hello, Kazami-kun, heading home now? You're always in the classroom after school, huh? What do you do in here? Nothing much. Just usually finish homework before heading out. Wow, that's impressive. So you're good at studying, huh? What kind of logic is that? If doing homework were enough to make you good at studying, we'd all be geniuses. You don't seem like the slacker type either. You get what I mean, right? Ahaha, yeah, true. This wasn't good. I was letting my nerves show. My tone was too defensive. I couldn't hide the urge to get out of there fast. I had committee work today, that's why I'm still here. The info committee, you know, we make the school newspaper. We're checking how the bulletin boards in each classroom look, so I've been going back and forth between our meeting room and all the classes. If only we could just take pictures with our phones or tablets, it'd save so much time. But apparently that's against the rules. Something about no unnecessary use, according to the school policy. She was complaining about the committee, but without any bitterness. Whether it was her naturally upbeat outlook, or just that she didn't mesh with the committee's stiff atmosphere, she didn't seem unhappy. Are you in any committee, Kazami-kun? Nah, not me. At our school, fewer than half the students were assigned to committee duties. Lucky you, that's not fair. She said it in a teasing, playful tone, not like someone seriously burdened by her responsibilities. Her cheerful, easygoing manner seemed more about keeping the mood light than anything else. Ah, I see. Hiyodori-san's imitating Sakura right now as she talks to me. Admiring the way Sakura talks to everyone without discrimination, Hiyodori-san seems to have made a conscious decision to do the same, actively engaging even with people outside her immediate circle. To be honest, compared to Sakura's natural finesse, Hiyodori's attempts come off a little awkward. But strangely, it doesn't feel lame. That's likely because of her personality. When classmates talk to Sakura, what they usually notice first is that assertive vibe typical of top-tier girls. But even when Hiyodori approaches the same way, there's a softness, a quiet grace to her. This is actually the first real conversation I've had with Hiyodori-san, huh? Tsunakichi and Kikuteru seem to chat with her now and then, though. It's already been 2 months since school started. Maybe I'm the last target in her be friends with everyone plan. By the way, I find Hiyodori-san a bit hard to interact with. Not because of her personality. It's because she's Sakura's best friend. If I were to somehow make her dislike me, it'd only cause Sakura more trouble. Just like how I've been stressing over Kikuteru disliking Sakura since last month. A guy like me just naturally gets good at avoiding committee roles and class responsibilities. I'm already invisible most of the time, so if I suddenly got picked for something random, it'd be over for me. Ahaha, Kazami-kun, that's a funny way of putting it. I dodge those things at all costs. Kind of like when a soccer player tries to stay out of the defender's sight when they don't have the ball. Huh? Soccer what? Ah, off the ball. It means when you don't have the ball. It's a soccer term. Sorry, I figured you'd get it. Why? You're close with Utani, right? When he's not with club people, Utani-kun doesn't really talk about soccer. I let out a sigh. Hiyodori-san's in the same top-tier group as Sakura and Utani, who's our class's star forward and already a first-string player on the soccer team. I'd brought up a soccer term thinking she'd naturally hear about the sport from Utani. Honestly, I thought I could show off a little of the soccer trivia I picked up from Blue Lock, but it backfired. Utani probably avoids bringing up soccer around non-club friends out of consideration. He's popular enough that even in class alone, his circle includes lots of people who don't care about sports. That's probably why he holds back and picks topics everyone can enjoy. That's the kind of thoughtful guy he is. Frustratingly enough, he's a good man. On the flip side, look at me, pathetic. I just can't talk naturally with girls who aren't Sakura. Well, Hiyodori-san, I'll be going now. The embarrassment gave me a good excuse to leave. I moved to quickly take my leave. But Hiyodori-san didn't let me. No waj, talk with me a little longer. She grabbed my right hand out of nowhere, and I was genuinely shocked. Could it be that she's just super touchy, not only with Sakura but in general? Still, grabbing the hand of a guy you've barely spoken to like this. Hiyodori-san beamed at me. What? Do you have more questions, or what do you plan to do with Sakura's phone? My mind went blank. That smile I thought was so innocent, maybe it was never a smile. Maybe it was bared fangs from the start. Hit the mark, huh? W.I. I said it earlier, didn't I? I've been going back and forth between the info committee room and classrooms. I actually came to this classroom a while ago. That's when I noticed Sakura left her phone in her desk. But I figured if she came back looking for it, it'd be harder to find if I moved it, so I left it there for the time being. Then I come back now, and it's gone. And instead, here's Kazami-kun, acting all suspicious. I admit I was bluffing a bit, but like a frog caught in a snake's stare, an otaku trapped by a queen bee. Looks like the fool's been found. I couldn't move a muscle. And in my mind, the conversation I had with Sakura last night resurfaced. Mia even got jealous of my cardigan, you know. If she ever found out I had a boyfriend and we were living together, she'd definitely burn with jealousy. Burn with jealousy. I looked out the classroom window. Had the sunset always been this dark, this red, she'd burn you, Onii-chan. It was only natural, really. Just because I tried to take Sakura's phone off her desk didn't mean Hiyodori-san immediately assumed there was something special between us. The suspicion cast on me was entirely reasonable. Even if you like Sakura, stealing someone's stuff is still wrong, you know. I told you, it's a misunderstanding. Unremarkable otaku boy falls in love with a popular girl and ends up stealing her belongings. What a perfectly textbook story. I couldn't keep up the act in the classroom, and with no way to escape, I reluctantly pulled Sakura's phone out of my bag and handed it to Hiyodori-san. She took it and said, "Let's talk about this on the way home," which left me with no choice but to agree. After that, she immediately went to the committee office and said she wasn't feeling well so she could leave early. And that's how the two of us ended up walking side by side toward the station near our school. You saw Kozuki-san's phone left on her desk but didn't take it, thinking that if she came back looking for it, it might be harder to find if it was moved. I just happened to find it too. But unlike you, I thought leaving it there unattended was unsafe. That's why I decided to take it to the staff room. I figured it'd be risky to carry it in my hand in case I dropped it or something, but I also felt weird about putting a girl's phone in my own pocket. So I had no choice but to stick it in my bag. I rack my brain, desperate to make sure there aren't any contradictions in my spur-of-the-moment excuse. Hiyodori-san continued smiling next to me, which made it impossible to read what she was thinking. I see, but it's still weird, don't you think? The phone was inside Sakura's desk, right? You wouldn't notice it unless you were really paying attention. So why were you looking so closely at her desk, Kazami-kun? It just happened to catch my eye. And if we're going there, didn't you also find her phone inside the desk? That's because I love Sakura. Right, of course. The ultimate argument. If it's Hiyodori-san, then even if she were staring dreamily at Sakura's desk after school for no reason, no one would question it. So what is she planning to do with me anyway? After all, I'm the one who supposedly stole the phone of her beloved Sakura, something akin to a lifeline for a high school girl. Moving this conversation outside the school probably wasn't for my benefit. She's probably more concerned about Sakura's reputation. If word got out that her phone was stolen, it could turn into a scandal for her, too. But what you said does make sense, Kazami-kun. Now I'm conflicted. I can't tell if you're a creepy thief or a thoughtful classmate just trying to return a lost item. And with that, we reached the station. Hiyodori-san closed her eyes and tilted her head slightly, like she was waiting for inspiration to strike from the heavens. She's probably wondering if there's any more dirt she can shake out of me. If she had another angle to press, I bet she'd drag me to a cafe and continue interrogating me there. I could read it all on her face. Eventually, she opened her eyes and gave a dramatic little sigh, like someone in a foreign film. Thank God, from the looks of it, she's fresh out of ideas. At least for today, it seems I've dodged further questioning. Of course, I'll probably still be under suspicion as the prime suspect in the case of the stolen phone, but there's no helping it at this point. I only regret that I couldn't return the phone to Sakura myself today, but she'll just have to wait until tomorrow when Hiyodori-san gives it back. She does have a PC, so she shouldn't be totally cut off. As I was thinking that, Hiyodori-san suddenly stepped in closer. Just one more time, let me ask. Kazami-kun, you really weren't trying to steal Sakura's phone, right? I want to know the truth. Even if you ask me that, I can only keep pleading innocence. I'm only worried about Sakura, that's all. For a moment, just for a single, fleeting moment, I felt like I had to come clean to Hiyodori-san, tell her everything about me and Sakura. Her eyes were just that clear. If someone with eyes like that isn't sincerely worried about someone else, then there's nothing in this world worth believing in. But reality quickly snapped me back, suits brushing past, students in uniform, a kid on a skateboard getting scolded by the police, the off-key chirping from the pedestrian crossing signal that's supposed to sound like a bird. And then, "Wyatt Mia, long time no see." A voice suddenly called out toward us. Hiyodori-san and I both turned in unison. 3 high school girls in uniforms from another school were walking our way. I didn't recognize any of them. "Morisawa-san," Hiyodori-san said, and one of the girls, probably the ringleader, smiled. "Knew it was you, Maya. You haven't changed at all. Not since we graduated from middle school. You haven't changed much either, Morisawa-san, and these two are. New friends I made in high school, obviously." So they're Hiyodori-san's acquaintances. "I didn't know your school was around here, Maya." I could say the same. "What brings you all the way out here, Morisawa-san?" "Well, I saw this super cute, 3-colored potato salad in a wine glass online the other day. And apparently there's a place around here that has something similar, so we figured we'd check it out." What the heck is that supposed to mean? This area's got all kinds of restaurants, so it's not surprising there'd be one serving something like that. But seriously, high school girls riding the train just for potato salad instead of pancakes or macarons? Wait, 3-colored potato salad. That sounds familiar. As Hiyodori-san chatted away with Morisawa, it turned into an impromptu catch-up session. Perfect time for me to make my exit. No doubt I'd just be in the way as they rekindled old friendships. I could just quietly slip away, but I should probably say something first. Just as I thought that. "Hey Mia, who's this guy? Don't tell me he's your boyfriend." Morisawa glanced over at me as she spoke. That one line made me reevaluate the situation I was currently in. The way she said it, it hit me like a package labeled assorted vulgarity. First off, her cutesy, babyish tone rubbed me the wrong way. Isn't that something you tone down when talking to someone you just met? Basically, she was, no, not just me, she was probably looking down on Hiyodori-san too. On top of that, despite what she said, it was obvious she didn't think I was Hiyodori-san's boyfriend in the slightest. "What?" "And no, Kazami-kun is just a classmate. But you two were totally staring into each other's eyes just now. It looked like a scene straight out of a drama. Seriously cracked me up, you guys totally suit each other. What do they call it, like attracts like?" Wait, oops, was that a bit rude? Morisawa grinned, in a way that made it clear she knew exactly what she was doing. The other 2 girls with her nodded vaguely, laughing along. Just as expected, Morisawa was the ringleader and the others were her flunkies. So that's how it is. Morisawa's intent was clear. She was trying to make Hiyodori-san uncomfortable by implying she was romantically involved with a guy as uncool as me. From the way she talked, they were apparently middle school classmates, but it didn't seem like they'd ever been close. Honestly, no way someone like Hiyodori-san would have been friends with someone this petty. Hiyodori-san's eyes kept darting back and forth between me and Morisawa. She didn't seem upset about the implication that she was dating me. What really had her worried was whether I was bothered by the situation. Then Morisawa pulled one of her flunkies forward. This one's Machiko. She got a boyfriend right after starting high school. Super hot guy from the basketball team. He's a freshman, but already working to make the starting lineup. She made it sound like small talk, but she was clearly trying to show off. And not even with her own boyfriend, with someone else's. Well, unlike Mia and Machiko, I'm the careful type, so I'm not dating anyone yet. Seriously, everyone around me is jumping into relationships way too fast. It's wild. That's called sexual harassment, you know. The words slipped out of my mouth before I could stop them. Everyone turned to look at me, like a wall or a pillar had suddenly started speaking. They must have thought someone like me would just keep his head down if they built up enough pressure. Too bad for them, I'm not that easy. Haven't any of the bigwig school board types ever given a lecture at your school? At ours, they gathered the whole student body in the gym for one. According to them, sexual harassment isn't just when guys make comments to girls. It can happen between same-sex individuals too. In fact, it's often worse in those cases, because people think the usual lines don't apply. That's why we've got to be careful about stuff like this if we're gonna survive in today's world. Huh, what are you even talking about? We're former classmates, it's not a big deal. Classmates or not, if you're not actually friends, you're just strangers. Maybe try learning some boundaries. Why are you sticking your nose in so much? What are you to Mia anyway? You want to know what kind of relationship I have with Hiyodori-san? That's a weird question. Didn't you already say it yourself a minute ago? Come on, say it again. What was it you said we were? Morisawa shot me a look of pure venom. Gross. Annoying. She spat out the words, and her flunkies echoed them like a chorus. Then the three of them turned their backs to us and tried to walk away. Please just leave already. But Morisawa had to get one last word in. She turned back with a smirk. By the way, Mia, you going to that thing at the end of the month? You know, the event at our old middle school. I'm not going. Heh, figures, of course not. Someone like you, all princess-y and aloof, wouldn't have any fun at something like that anyway. And with that parting shot, Morisawa and her followers finally walked off for real. At last, Hiyodori-san and I could breathe. I don't know what kind of history you have with that Morisawa person, but… sorry, Kazami-kun. I kind of left you hanging there. So, about that thing Morisawa mentioned, the event at our old middle school at the end of the month. The middle school we went to actually shut down. Shut down? Yeah, our year was the last to graduate. After we left, the first and second years had to transfer to other schools, so there aren't any students left. Now the campus is off limits, but apparently they're opening it up for one day at the end of the month for alumni. That's what Morisawa was talking about. With that, she went quiet. She clearly didn't want to talk about Morisawa any further. I'd be lying if I said I wasn't curious, but I had no right to pry. Best to change the subject. Was I being too forward just now? No, thank you. I know it's not nice to say, but I'm not very good with Morisawa-san. Hiyodori-san smiled awkwardly. Even after all that hostility, she still prefaced her words with not nice, a small glimpse of her character. You stood up for me, didn't you, Kazami-kun? How did you know Morisawa-san and I weren't really close? It wasn't anything special. I just looked at your eyes. They weren't anything like how you look when you're with Kuzuki-san or Atani-kun. My eyes. She blinked a couple of times, like she was trying to recall the shape of her own eyes from the feeling of her eyelids. I'm sorry about today, Kazami-kun. Yeah, I mean it. There's no way you'd ever steal Sakura's phone. I wasn't really looking you in the eyes. My eyes? To be honest, I thought you were kind of scary. Why? Because you and Sakura argue sometimes. And with that, it clicked. Back in May, it was a regular thing. Sakura would constantly come up to chat with our otaku group, and I'd fend her off with dry responses. Of course, since Sakura and I were secretly in contact behind the scenes, it was all just a performance. But still, me, a known otaku, trading barbs with someone as popular as Sakura. I wonder what that looked like from Hiyodori-san's perspective. Wait, have you thought of me as an enemy this whole time? I did. I thought you were the kind of guy who liked Sakura so much, he picked fights with her just to get attention. Like some grade school kid. Yeah, I could see how it'd look that way. But I was wrong. I remember your eyes when you were talking to Sakura now. You were looking straight at her, really thinking about what you were saying. Someone like that wouldn't do something as low as stealing. So, if it's all right with you, can I think of you as a friend? Just like I do with the others in our class. Of course, I'd be honored. Honestly, it felt a little too easy for her to change her opinion of me after just that one incident, but I had no reason to refuse. If you ever really fall for Sakura, make sure you confess properly and get rejected behind the school like a man. I'll at least pick up your bones afterward. So we were finally wrapping up the chaos of today, or so I thought. Suddenly, Hiyodori-san stepped forward and grabbed both my hands, a surprise handshake. Wah, Hiyodori-san. Nice to officially meet you, Kazami-kun. Strangely, I didn't feel like pulling away. Her smile and the warmth of that handshake, unlike back in the classroom, it felt soft and sincere. From now on, I'll try not to come off as scary in the classroom either. Oh no, don't worry about it, it's all good now. Besides, I think boys are a little cooler when they've got that wild edge. Ah. What is it? Wait, was that sexual harassment? Ftahaha, no way. Why are you laughing? Geez. This must be what they mean by, a storm clears the air. Whatever hostility Hiyodori-san secretly harbored toward me, probably because of her closeness with Sakura, had now been transformed into friendship. A bit of a leap maybe, but still. Right then I thought I could finally say, all right, let's head home. What, if it isn't Mia and the otaku boy? Or I would have said it, if not for the sudden interruption. It was a line eerily similar to the one Morisawa used earlier, but the speaker this time was on an entirely different level, more charm, more presence. It was none other than Sakura Kozuki herself. I couldn't believe my eyes. What's Sakura doing here? Oh right, she did say over the phone she was heading back to school. Wait, hold on, this situation is bad. Oh Sakura, perfect timing. Hiyodori-san quickly let go of my hands and ran up to her. Can I guess why you're coming back from the station toward school? You realized you forgot your phone, right? But look, Tadia. No way, my phone. I was so anxious thinking I left it behind, but oh, I get it. Mia must have taken it home to keep it safe for me. Thanks. Sakura's praise made Hiyodori-san practically melt with joy. By the way, Sakura's tone suddenly shifted. You two were just holding hands, weren't you? Yup. Kazami-kun and I just became friends. You know, Kazami-kun also noticed you left your phone and was gonna bring it to the staff room. He's really sweet, isn't he? Huh, so even otaku boys can be nice, huh? You're always so cold when I talk to you in class, so this is kinda surprising. Sakura's voice carried a chill that only I could feel, like a targeted blast of Arctic air. You seem so cold, you know. Like even if the girl you adore asked you to find something for her, you'd brush it off so you could flirt with some stray cat thief or whatever. Ape. Oh, Sakura, don't say stuff like that. I really think you and Kazami-kun could get along great. Unless, wait, am I just out of the loop and you already get along? Now that I think about it, you two haven't bickered in class at all since June started. HMPH. It's not like I'm friends with the otaku boy or anything. Then I'm Kazami-kun's first girlfriend. I beat you to it, Sakura. I swear I heard a crack, like asphalt splitting under pressure. Of course, it was just my imagination, but the sheer intensity of Sakura's barely concealed fury triggered some kind of auditory hallucination. Heck. Well then, I'm heading home. Thanks for holding onto my phone, Mia. And you, otaku boy, go straight home. Ah, wait, Sakura, let's walk to the platform together. See you tomorrow, Kazami-kun. The two of them walked off toward the station. I managed a forced smile and did my best to stay calm while seeing them off. I use the same station, but if I go through the turnstile now, I'll probably end up on the same train as Sakura. Since we're keeping our relationship a secret at school, the smart move is to wait and catch a different train. Honestly, I felt like ducking into a cafe and taking a long break just to calm my nerves, but Sakura did explicitly tell me to go straight home. Hiyodori-san said, see you tomorrow, but will there really be a tomorrow for me? And then, after I got home, I'm telling you, everything that happened with Hiyodori-san went down exactly like I said. There's nothing for you to worry about. HMMPH. You even held hands. Just as I'd expected, the interrogation began before I even had time to change out of my uniform. She was the one who grabbed me. You know how Hiyodori-san is, super touchy, kinda Western in that way. She hugs you all the time, right? You always say stuff like, those kinds of things only work between girls, remember? You and Mia do not meet the requirements. That woman, trying to flirt with my husband, unforgivable. Kazami-kun's first girlfriend, you're like 5 laps behind. Okay, you're number 1, Sakura. HMPH, of course I am. Hiyodori-san is number 2. Number 2 sounds kinda weird, doesn't it? You're right. That one's on me. And so I repeated my excuses and apologies over and over. Eventually, when it was about time to start making dinner, Sakura finally cooled down. Thanks for finding my phone. Sorry, I should have said that before yelling. Onii-chan hands. What for? Both hands, give them to me. I held out my hands as instructed, just like a suspect right before getting cuffed. Sakura seized both my hands with surprising force. What are you doing? Purification. I need to overwrite Mia's touch with mine, since she grabbed you in front of the station. That makes it sound like Hiyodori-san is something dirty. I know that okay, but still purify. She kept holding my hands tightly for a solid 3 minutes. Compared to Hiyodori-san, Sakura's hands were noticeably warmer. And yet, even after all that purification, the one occupying my thoughts was still Hiyodori-san. I felt like I'd gotten to know her quite a bit today. Hiyodori-san, Hiyodori Mia. That dangerously pure-hearted girl who opens her heart so easily to others, and yet, somehow, no one ever pushes her away. A natural gift of character. Because she constantly tries so hard to mimic Sakura, I hadn't noticed it before. But Hiyodori-san has always resembled Sakura. Not the Sakura of today, but how she was back in middle school. That realization shocked me. And the reason it shocked me was because I'd been spending time with a girl who reminded me so much of the old Sakura, and yet, I hadn't felt even the slightest flutter in my heart. Today, I finally felt it. I'm in high school now. It sounds ridiculous to say out loud, but it hit me hard. I'm not a middle schooler anymore. That chapter of my life, full of struggle, confusion, and missteps, is over. When I rushed to Sakura's side after she ran away last month, I brought that chapter to a close with my own hands. May is over. It's June now. What matters to me is the Sakura of now. The one in front of me at this moment, the one holding my hands. Thanks to Hiyodori-san, I was able to truly realize that. A happiness I hadn't even been aware of was gently brought into the light. That evening, before I started preparing dinner, I did something I normally wouldn't. I went to the bathroom and washed my face. Flirting with my husband, are you? I won't forgive you. It was the first time Sakura had ever called me her husband. And because of that, I'd gotten so flustered, I was afraid I might mix up the salt and sugar if I didn't cool my head a little. Chapter 3, Minoru Momosaka Draws Good Fortune. The name of the protagonist in the anime Aoashi is Mai Sekai. She's one of 300 zombie girls resurrected by a necromancer. All the other zombie girls retain memories of their past lives, glorious or sometimes tragic, having once lived as geniuses in various fields. However, for some reason, Mai became a zombie with no memory of anything except her own name. Surrounding Mai are terrifying prodigies who now use the talents from their previous lives to win in soccer, aiming to return to life as humans. Unable to remember her past, Mai was initially seen as a burden by the other zombie girls on her assigned team. But, like a drill sealed inside a bag, she quickly showed her potential and eventually grew into the team's emotional anchor. We underestimated it, the soccer of the legendary pirate, Shunryu Murakami. Episode 4. Mai and her team are facing off against a team led by the legendary pirate Shunryu Murakami. Even if he was a pirate, the main occupation of Shunryu's Murakami Navy during his lifetime was maritime security. If that experience is being applied to soccer, then rather than offense, it's all about defense. Shunryu figured it out, how to channel his legendary pirate tactics into soccer, and that is, like sailing the rough tides of the Seto Inland Sea. They push back the protagonist team's offense, and Shunryu's team launches a lightning-fast counterattack. Seto Inland Sea style, compact soccer. And then Shunryu unleashes his special move, a knuckle shot that slams into the protagonist team's goal. Hey, Onii-chan, what's compact soccer? On the living room sofa, Sakura, sitting beside me, asks the question. I couldn't bring myself to tease her with a "you're watching this without knowing that," because I too could only offer. Well, I guess since it's called compact, it's like a tight, compact form of defense that doesn't drag on and get sloppy. That's really all I've got. Ashi is a great anime, but it has a tendency to move forward assuming the viewer knows a fair amount of soccer terminology. Thanks to the well-written script, or maybe the original material, the nuance still gets across, so there's no problem just watching. But when someone actually asks you to explain something, it becomes awkward. You realize just how shallow your knowledge really is. Let's look it up. I searched it on my phone and quickly found what I was looking for. Ah, here it is. Let's see, compact soccer is based on the concept of maintaining proper distance between teammates. That sounds complicated. This article says that in a soccer match, the time a player holds the ball from receiving to releasing it is about 1 to 2 seconds. That short? Wait, now that I think about it, it only feels longer in anime because of the dramatic shots and internal monologues. Right, and in that short span, defenders have to close in on the ball. To do that, teammates need to be tightly coordinated. That's basically what compact soccer is. Shunru, as a pirate captain who once led a whole fleet, likely developed the skill to maintain proper distance between ships, and that ability translates into how he manages his team. The unspoken understanding, needed to avoid crashing into each other on rough seas. Shunru can probably apply that kind of silent coordination with his teammates. Not bad, right? I think I summarized the article pretty well and explained how it fits into the Ashi setting. I may not be as good as Kikuteru when it comes to commentary, but maybe I came close to stepping into his shadow. While I was getting ahead of myself, feeling smug, Sakura remained glued to the TV. It was the scene where Mai broke through Shunru's ironclad defense line and ended the game with a dramatic comeback goal. The ball was passed to Mai as she darted past the enemy defense line right in front of the goal. And instead of stopping it, she blasted it with a direct shot, striking the ball in one motion. Her elegant legs, clad in black tights, sliced through the air. "I want to get kicked too, Mai-chan," Sakura muttered with a dazed look on her face. Many fans regard this goal scene as the best in the entire show. And after the protagonist team's victory, Shunru's forced ascension scene begins. On the stadium screen, the necromancer, the mastermind behind the Blue Cremation Project, appears. He then announces the penalty for the losing team. One member of the losing team will be forcibly sent on to the afterlife. The decision is made by a vote among all members of the losing team. The result, Shunru Murakami, is chosen. She had used violence to control her teammates, feeding off them for her own gain, so paying the price for defeat was only natural. With a snap of the necromancer's fingers, the collar around Shunru's neck ignites. "Don't screw with me, Yi. I'm gonna be human again and live as a pirate. You think I'd be satisfied with that pathetic past life of maritime security? I was gonna kill men, steal women, and revel in a life of plunder. Give it back, my life of indulgent, blood-soaked glory. You rotting, sea-slug scum." Engulfed in blue flames, Shunru lets out a final, primal scream, and then turns to ash. This was the first time the protagonist had witnessed someone's ascension. The sheer brutality of it made the zombie girls realize that everything the necromancer had said was true. In the next match, whose collar will burst into flames. No matter how many times I watch it, Shunru-chan's downfall is just perfect. I get why she's got a cult following. I kinda like her too. Yeah, starting from episode 4, Ashi really kicks off. Actually, Tsunakichi was going on about Shunru the other day, and it made me want to rewatch this episode. Tsunakichi totally seems like he'd be into characters like Shunru. Bet he said something like, "People love Shunru for being a joke character who looked tough but lost quick, but I seriously love her." Dead on, you were totally tailing us on our walk home. Geez. Since the day I met you, I've never done anything like that, okay. I thought Sakura's eyes darted nervously, but I let it slide. Anyway, Onii-chan, Mamasaka-san really is cool. It felt like an obvious attempt to change the subject, but I decided not to point it out. Because just now, I had actually been wanting to talk about Mamasaka-san too. Mamasaka-san, full name Minoru Mamasaka, is a popular voice actress who always lands named roles in several shows every season. She's known for her incredibly wide acting range, and directors like Hibiki Anko reportedly hold her in high regard. But because she's too versatile, She often ends up voicing eccentric characters, and despite her remarkable talent, she rarely lands lead roles. It's a tricky position to be in. In Aoashi, she voices Shunryu Murakami, the hidden star of episode 4. Yeah, it was a flawless performance. I've liked Mamasaka-san's voice since middle school, but Shunryu in particular was amazing. What I love about her acting is the way it blends. She's a walking bundle of personality, yet no matter how flashy her performance may seem, she always respects the narrative flow created by the actors around her. It's such a waste she exits in just episode 4. Sakura and I know more about Minoru Mamasaka than the average fan. The reason why is, after school, as usual, we got off at Shinohana Machi Station and headed home through the shopping district. We stopped by our usual supermarket, Daily Shiraboshi. The store isn't exactly spacious, but it has everything you need, and items are easy to find, so shopping there doesn't feel tiring. It's not small so much as it's lean and free of excess, like it's been trimmed of any unnecessary fat. We did some light grocery shopping, slung our eco bags over our shoulders, and left the store. As we passed through Shiraboshi's automatic doors, I noticed some sort of event happening across the street. Oh, right. We're already halfway through the month. It looked like the shopping district's monthly lottery event, hosted by the local business association and held for a few days starting on the 15th. The classic type of lottery machine, a wooden octagon with a handle, was on display, drawing the attention of passers-by. Apparently, someone just hit a winning prize. A staff member rang a bell cheerfully for 2 women standing in front of the machine. Oh, if it isn't Hukun. What perfect timing. One of the lucky women turned around and said that to me. I knew both of them. The one who called out with such enthusiasm was Minoru Mamasaka. Yes, the Minoru Mamasaka, the voice of Shunryu Murakami from Aoashi. And beside her, oh my Aori-kun. The woman with long black hair standing next to her was Manabu Akino. Like me and Sakura, they both live in Seoul Love Shinohana. Their unit is 1002. Akino-san is a college student, and it seems Mamasaka-san is currently crashing at her place. In a sense, there are neighbors living on the same floor. I walked up to the 2 of them. Aori-kun, fancy running into you here, though maybe it's not so strange after all. Considering we live in the same apartment, maybe it's actually weird we haven't bumped into each other more often here in the closest shopping street. That oddly phrased greeting was classic Akino-san. High schoolers, college students, and voice actors all have different routines, so it makes sense, I think. Are you 2 out shopping today? Nope, just came for the lottery. A few days ago, I got a ticket while shopping in the district, and Minoru absolutely insisted we go draw together. So here we are. Akino-san and Mamasaka-san are a couple. Much like it is with me and Sakura, in their dynamic, it seems like Mamasaka-san is the one who leads the other around. Sure enough, neither of them was carrying any shopping bags. They really did just come to stroll around and browse. Well, still, glad you managed to win something. Right, at first I thought it wouldn't make any difference whether 1 or 2 people drew the lottery, but I'm glad I came. Sharing a little joy once in a while isn't so bad. So, what did you win? It was Mamasaka-san who answered. She had just received her prize from one of the lottery staff and joined the conversation with a proud grin. In her arms was, ta-da, 3rd prize this month, a box of 36 canned mackerels. She was hugging a cardboard box labeled boiled mackerel in water. Wow, that's amazing. Even though it was someone else's prize, I couldn't help but get excited like it was my own. I didn't even care what the first prize had been. Sure, travel vouchers and fancy stuff sound great, but practical things like canned mackerel that enrich your everyday life, those hit harder for your average citizen. Talk about lucky. Of course, you can't survive in this business without luck. Mamasaka-san snorted proudly and puffed out her chest. If she wasn't holding that box, she'd probably be sticking it out even farther. Gyaku-chan, this is pretty heavy, you know. See, it's a good thing we came together. I'll carry it if you get tired. Not a chance. Not while these eyes are still black. I'd never let Manabu-chan carry something so heavy. Oh hey, how about we take a break, since Hukun's here too. At her suggestion, I reflexively said, huh. What's up, Hukun? No, I mean, if it helps, I can carry that box for you. You? Oh no, that'd be too much. We won the mackerel after all. But you said earlier, Perfect timing when you saw me, right? So I figured you might have wanted help carrying it. No, no, no. Asking someone younger to carry our stuff would be too embarrassing for us. She's right, Aori-kun. If someone's going to carry it, it should be me, not you. Mamasaka-san and Akino-san clearly weren't planning to let me touch the box. Well, I had only picked up a few things at Shiraboshi today. Carrying a cardboard box on top of my school bag wouldn't be that big of a deal. Mamasaka-san started walking toward a side alley in the shopping district. Come on, Hu-kun, Manabu-chan, hurry up. There's this cafe I love nearby, let's stop in and cool off. Don't worry, it's our treat. Minoru Mamasaka marched ahead like the matter was already settled. Manabu Akino glanced at me, her eyes saying, once Minoru's made up her mind, there's no stopping her. Just let her treat you. I gave up. Catching up to Minoru, I asked again. So in the end, if I'm not here to carry your stuff, what exactly was so convenient about me being around? Oh, that. Minoru and Manabu locked eyes. Between me and Manabu-chan, who looks more like the older sister. When we were spinning the lottery earlier, the staff lady asked us, are you sisters? Haha. Manabu-chan and I don't look alike at all, but I guess we seemed so close she got the wrong idea. Is that so? The real issue is, who's the older sister? That's what I meant by just in time. I was hoping you could decide for us. Between me and Manabu-chan, I totally give off more big sis energy, right? Aori-kun, would you mind judging based on objective facts? I'm 1 centimeter taller than Minoru. Despite acting all cool, it turned out Akino was surprisingly hung up on these kinds of things. Speechless, I glanced at the cardboard box Minoru was carrying. It might sound presumptuous for a high schooler to say this, but I still felt uneasy letting a girl I'm walking with lug something heavy. Someone who casually hands off the heavy stuff to a guy in this kind of situation probably gives off a more mature big sister vibe, I thought, but kept it to myself. Why did Minoru Mamasaka choose to become a voice actress? Her mother was a woman full of dreams. She had worked as a stage actress, but her acting was clumsy, third-rate at best, even when sugar-coated. She rarely left an impression on her audience, and before turning 30, she married a salaryman and left the stage behind. After that, she carried a chronic dissatisfaction with her life, constantly thinking, this wasn't how it was supposed to be. Then came her daughter, Minoru. Her mother tried to give her the sparkling life she had failed to achieve. She tried everything to raise Minoru as someone special. There's no advantage in starting late. That's true for anything in life. Before Minoru even turned 3, her mother enrolled her in every extracurricular activity she could think of. Piano, violin, soccer, swimming, ballet, kung fu, go, shogi. She even tried to fake Minoru's age so she could get a scuba diving license. But nothing worked. Whether it was performing arts or sports, Minoru never showed any motivation. Even as a child, she sensed that her mother's enthusiasm was rooted in selfish ambitions. Each time Minoru dropped one activity and picked up another, her mother would throw a tantrum. Then, when Minoru turned 11, her mother had her audition for a child talent competition run by a major agency. She passed the document screening easily, and they showed up at the second round, the interview together. Her mother thought, she's probably going to act all disinterested and make the judges mad on purpose again. Maybe it's time I gave up on projecting my dreams onto her. Parents were allowed to accompany their kids into the interview. Minoru's turn came. As they left the waiting room and walked toward the interview room, they passed an older woman who looked like a staff member. Minoru brightly greeted her with a hello, and the woman smiled and replied, hello. Her mother felt slightly reassured but didn't dare get her hopes up. Then the interview began. After Minoru finished a short self-introduction, it was straight to the acting segment. One of the 5 judges said, all right, please act out a scene where you're angry. Any lines are fine, but do it in the most unique way you can. It was a common test to evaluate emotional range. Minoru gave a lively nod. After a short pause, she shouted, show some passion. Are you even trying to discover the next star? All 5 judges jumped nearly 10 centimeters out of their seats in shock. Seasoned professionals rarely react like that to an audition performance. In fact, they never had. Why? Because the voice Minoru used wasn't hers. It was identical to the woman they'd passed in the hallway just moments earlier. The one they assumed was a staff member. As it turned out, that woman wasn't just any staffer. She was the president of the agency. So the judges genuinely thought the president had just burst in and chewed them out. Even though they saw Minoru's lips moving, everyone in that room was convinced the angry voice had come from the hallway. Minoru, for her part, was just messing with them. She was told to be unique, so she did the opposite, perfectly copied someone else's voice. Her mother, unaware of her daughter's mimicry talent, was floored. You can do that. Minoru herself had never thought of it as a special skill. She assumed anyone could do it, they just didn't. As a result, the judges thought they'd stumbled on a real gem. Minoru passed the audition and officially joined the agency. Surrounded by adults who praised her despite her lack of motivation, she began enjoying herself. She handled her child acting gigs with professional poise, but there was a problem. Minoru had auditioned at 11. In the child actor world, where 7 is considered the golden age, she was already way past her prime. It seemed like she had no real future in the industry. When she turned 14, the agency decided to start a new voice acting division. And the very first name floated as a founding member, Minoru Mamasaka. From there, she was swept along in the tide of production, nurtured as a voice actress, until she reached her current position. It might have been her true calling all along. Which is why, whenever Minoru Mamasaka is asked in interviews, "What do you think is the most important quality in voice acting?" she never hesitates to say, "Being born with it." Well, I guess that's about it for why I became a voice actress. All I could do was stare blankly as Minoru Mamasaka finished her story. Truth be told, I'd been a fan of her since middle school. Of all voice actresses, she was the one I supported the most. When this woman, someone I used to see as a celebrity out of reach, suddenly became my neighbor, I swore a firm vow. I'll never let her know I'm a fan or worse, an otaku. Knowing a fan lives next door would probably make her uncomfortable. And yet now, I'd broken that vow just a little. I couldn't resist my desire to know more about her, not just as a neighbor, but as a fan, and so I'd asked a simple question. What's it like being a voice actress? And in return, I got a story, her origin, a story not found in any interview. To think that signature catchphrase she often uses in online articles, "I was just born good at it," had such a background. Minoru gently stirred her blend coffee with a spoon. We were sitting in a small cafe called Seishun Badake, Youth Field. It wasn't exactly thriving. In fact, we were the only customers. I'd been curious about the place when Minoru said it was her regular spot. But as she put it, I like it because it's not popular. The floor had dark stains, probably from cigarettes dropped by customers back in the Showa era. A worn-out old clock leaned against the wall, its pendulum frozen at the far right like it was watching us. No wonder business was slow. Being here felt less like entering a cafe and more like trespassing into someone's private storehouse. In the end, I was scammed by the agency, she said. Didn't think this job would pay so poorly. But I can't really complain, since I've gotten by without putting in much effort. I'd heard that popular voice actresses led grueling schedules. Aside from dubbing, there were streams, radio shows, events, live performances. The days when all they had to do was read from a script had ended before we were even born. And she calls that getting by without much effort. People who have been working professionally since their teens are really on another level. If I got more main roles, maybe I'd feel more motivated. But in Aoashi, Koyorin ended up snagging all the good parts. Nothing ever goes my way. Aoashi, everyone knows that's short for Aoashi. Koyorin was probably Hanamizaka Koyori, one of the top voice actresses right now. Minoru had often co-starred with her in Aoashi and Spider Rin alike. I clenched my mouth shut and just nodded. If I said something careless here, she'd figure out I was an otaku in seconds. A beat later, Minoru started explaining. Aoashi is this anime, and Koyorin is. She didn't know I was a fan, so she was being considerate. My whole life plan is in shambles now. I was going to earn a lifetime's worth of money by 30, and then just spend the rest of my days being lovey-dovey with Manabu-chan. That was my perfect plan. I think you'll be even more successful as a voice actress, Mamasaka-san. That's honestly how I feel after hearing your story. Sorry, that might have been kind of irresponsible to say. Not at all. Aoi-kun, you're so sweet. If only Manabu-chan could be half as nice to me, haha, yeah, there's no way I'd say this in front of her. She leaned across the table toward me. Say, since you just heard my whole life story, can I ask you for a little advice in return? I mean, I wouldn't normally bring this up, but since we've got this rare chance, let's call it a special one-time deal. But you can't tell anyone what I just said, especially not Manabu-chan. Got it? Just between us, you know, ever since we first met, Manabu-chan's always been kind of cold. I know that's just who she is, and I guess that's part of why I fell for her, but still sometimes I just want her to be a little warmer, you know? I mean, seriously, why she gotta be so distant every night, even though we live under the same roof? I had no idea how to respond. Perhaps it's because you start conversations like this when I'm sitting right next to you. Akino Manabu, Minoru's girlfriend, was right there at our table. She'd been seated beside Minoru, on the window side, since we all came into the cafe. She hadn't left her seat once, and yet Minoru was acting like she'd completely forgotten she was there, which left me darting my eyes in utter confusion. Oh, come on. I thought I could get away with it if I just skipped to a new chapter and made it feel like Akino Manabu is currently out running an errand. There's no way that would work. She hasn't said a word for a while, so I figured I was just barely in the clears. Aori-kun isn't like you, he's earnest, don't tease him too much. Akino took a sip of her iced coffee. She looked like a painting. I couldn't think of a drink that suited her aura more than iced coffee, except maybe the way condensation gathered on the glass. The cafe's gruff, white-bearded owner called over to our table from behind the counter. He asked Minoru to help unload some coffee beans. She agreed without hesitation and got up. They say if you come 3 times, you start to feel like a regular, but that guy probably thinks I'm part-time staff or something. Despite her words, she didn't seem too annoyed about being relied on. Once she disappeared into the back room. This is just between us, please don't tell Minoru. Akino spoke up out of nowhere. At first, I thought she was joking. Just between us was exactly the kind of line Minoru had just thrown around in jest. But Akino, despite being a bit spacey at times, wasn't the kind to crack jokes herself, so I braced myself. I don't think I can keep your relationship with Sakura-san a secret from Minoru much longer. So that's what this was about. Akino was one of the few people who knew everything about me and Sakura. Minoru didn't know a thing. Akino had kept quiet about it all this time out of respect for us as neighbors. But it seemed that was no longer sustainable. Maybe it had taken some courage for her to bring it up, but me, at the center of it all, I couldn't decide how to react. Should I panic? Stay calm? I couldn't make the call. How Akino interpreted my slow reaction, I couldn't tell. Her expression stayed unreadable as always. But with Akino, a lack of expression doesn't mean a lack of feeling. Which meant from this point on, I had to listen very, very carefully. The lie you and Sakura made up for your fellow apartment residents, that you're siblings, is a lie designed for distant acquaintances. It assumes people won't pry too deeply. The goal is to make them think, something seems off, but it's not our business, so let's just ignore it. You didn't expect to end up with neighbors close enough to care, did you? She was right. Both Sakura and I had assumed that once we moved to the city, we'd be surrounded by people who wouldn't even care about the folks next door. That's what we thought city life was all about. But reality was different. For Sakura and me, the 2 people in Unit 1002 had become special neighbors. And the only reason Minoru hasn't started questioning your relationship is, I know, it's because you've been covering for us, right, Akino-san? No, that's one thing I can say for certain. I'm not that skilled. The reason Minoru hasn't caught on to your special relationship is, one day she said Minoru asked her, didn't Sakura-chan say she's a first year in high school? And Aori-kun is too, right? But they're siblings, same grade, that's kind of. At that moment, Akino had apologized to us in her heart. Sorry, but I guess this is the limit of how much I can protect your secret. Minoru will probably figure it out any day now. Minoru had gone quiet for a bit, her lips pursed in thought. But then, with a bright face, she apparently said, life sure is mysterious. Minoru just hasn't taken that much interest in you two yet. I nearly fell out of my chair. That was the moment Minoru returned from the storage room after delivering the coffee beans. Now that I thought about it, she'd taken a break earlier because the box of canned mackerel was too heavy. Was she really okay doing heavy lifting? Akino must have had the same thought because she asked, and Minoru grinned as she replied, "What are you talking about? I'm stronger now. Of course I can carry it home no problem." Even setting aside the fact that I'm a fan, it was hard not to admire her. Today, Sakura was out with friends and wouldn't be home until later, so I delayed dinner prep just enough to have it ready when she got back. In the kitchen, in front of me were 2 cans of mackerel. Minoru had given them to me as a gift before we parted in the apartment hallway. I decided to use them for tonight's dinner. They'd keep, of course, but I was planning to talk to Sakura about what happened today, so they'd make good conversation food. For the main dish, I'd already planned to cook some pork thigh that was about to hit its expiration date. That meant the mackerel would serve as a side dish. There are a lot of recipes that tell you to drain the mackerel, and yeah, it's easier to cook that way. But all the DHA and water-soluble vitamins end up in the broth. I'd rather use everything. So, soup it is. I set a pot on the stove. Dump in both cans of mackerel, liquid and all. Add about 300 ml of water. Just eyeballed it by filling one of the empty cans. That way, I also get all the leftover flavor clinging to the inside of the can. Feels efficient somehow. Then I add a splash of soy sauce and light the burner. Wait, I knew I was forgetting something. Ginger. You need ginger in mackerel recipes. That's a rule. Just a dab from the tube is enough to kill the fishiness. I rushed to the fridge, grabbed the tube of minced ginger, and squeezed a small bit into the pot. All right, boiling nicely. Next, tear up some pre-deodorized konjac by hand and toss it in. Simmer on low heat for 2 minutes. Then turn off the heat, stir in just under a tablespoon of miso, and top it off with chopped green onion before serving. I turned off the exhaust fan for a moment, just to see if I could hear Sakura's footsteps outside the entryway. Wow, with 2 cans of mackerel, this soup's really got some heft to it. Tonight's meal lacked vegetables, but given Sakura's obsession with protein, she wasn't likely to complain. And sure enough, she loved it. Yes, pork and mackerel, this is protein heaven. Just what my tired body needed after hanging out all day. This kind of meal works great when dinner's a bit late. I mean, yeah, I feel a tiny bit guilty eating this much before bed, but it's better than going overboard. Ooh, you tore the konjac by hand, huh? I can taste your touch in it. No, you can't. The pork simmered with grated daikon, huh? Not the usual ponzu flavor this time. Yep, I used chicken bouillon and salt koji for seasoning. The soup looked like a miso pork version of mackerel soup, so I made the main dish feel like a pork version of grilled salted mackerel. You know how grilled mackerel always comes with daikon oroshi. Sakura chewed slowly and savored each bite, a dreamy look on her face. Ah, and there's one thing I should probably let you know. I told Sakura everything that had happened today. That the mackerel came from Unit 1002, and that Minoru had nearly discovered our secret. I see. What do you think we should do, Onii-chan? Honestly, we've gotten so close with them, I've thought it might be okay to tell them the truth. But once you make one exception, it stops being an exception, you know. Akino-san already knows, but it's not like we told her ourselves. Does it seem like it's been hard on her, keeping this from her girlfriend? Not really. I doubt we come up in their conversations that often anyway, but I think she does feel a little guilty toward us. Ahem. In the end, we didn't reach a decision that day. Unit 1002, just before bed. Minoru Mamasaka stood alone in the bathroom, doing something bizarre in front of the mirror. One moment she twisted her body like a Greek sculpture, the next she was hunched over, or winking with a finger pressed to her lips. What are you doing, Minoru? Wa Manabu-chan. Manabu never made much noise when walking, so it wasn't unusual for her to suddenly appear behind someone like this. Fufufu, I have a very good reason, I'll have you know. Back at the cafe earlier, I could feel it. Aori-kun's totally into me. That's impossible. You didn't pick up on it at all, but I can tell. When we started talking about Ayashi, about Koyorin, and my voice acting work, Aori-kun had that look. You know that if I say something careless now, she'll know I'm an otaku kind of tension. Classic hidden anime fan vibes. And now that I think about it, he even looks like the typical otaku. Totally the kind of guy who'd fall for me. That can only mean one thing: Aori-kun is a fan of the voice actress, Mamasaka Minoru. Isn't that a bit presumptuous? So mean. Well, anyway, since we're neighbors and all, I figured I've got to play the part of the mature big sister, and not crush the dreams of this pure-hearted young fan. Behold, the radiant allure of a grown woman. Just now, the mirror even proposed to me. I see, so you were practicing seductive postures. Can't you at least call it a sexy pose? Minoru let out a pitiful squeak, then muttered "Oi," and rubbed her shoulder. Are you hurt somewhere, Minoru? Maybe muscle pain. I think the strain from the coffee beans and canned food box is finally catching up with me. What if it affects your work? You're so dramatic, Manabu-chan. Minoru's words stopped mid-sentence, because something incredible had happened. Manabu had gently embraced her from behind. In all their time living together, Manabu had never so much as touched her. This was utterly unprecedented. Could it be I've been worrying you all this time? I do have a habit of running off on my own. I guess I'll be a little more careful. What are you talking about? You're not worried about my body. If not, then why was this happening? Manabu whispered against the nape of Minoru's neck. This is because you were striking one of those seductive, or rather, sexy, poses. For a moment, Minoru couldn't process what she'd heard. She thought it had to be a joke, but the look in Manabu's eyes, reflected in the mirror, was dead serious. We've been living together for so long now, it's always been so cold between us at night, WW8. This is all it takes for Manabu-chan to get in the mood. I didn't know that. What the heck was all my effort up until now for? Then, Minoru picked up on a faint sound. A soft, whispering static, gentle enough not to be unpleasant. She quickly realized it was rain. Outside the living room window, beyond the front door, it must have started falling while she wasn't looking. The rainy season had truly arrived. After school, I got off at the usual Shinohana town station and headed straight home. Along the highway just past the shopping street, I spotted Mamasaka-san walking. Just like a few days ago, she was carrying a cardboard box. This time, she was alone. Akino-san wasn't with her. I hurried to catch up and called out, "Hello, Mamasaka-san, is that another box?" "Oh, if it isn't Aori-kun. Yep, I won again." Another lottery. You bet, prepare to be amazed. 1 year's worth of premium kitchen scrubbers. A year's worth. There are 36 in here. That means I can go through 3 per month. Very generous, right? For a household that barely cooks like ours, it's basically a lifetime supply. All right. This was second prize. The mackerel cans from the other day were third prize, so now I just need to score first prize by summer, and I'll have the gold, silver, and bronze sweep. I'll be standing alone on that victory podium. I'd started this conversation casually enough, but as always, the problem was the box she was carrying. Even back with the mackerel, I'd thought, I wish she'd just hand off the heavy stuff to me without hesitation. I decided to offer again. As expected. I'm good, this is nothing. Leave it to your big sis. She brushed me off with a smile. Or so I thought. No, on second thought, maybe I will have you carry it. I'm trusting you to be the man, Aori-kun. Despite initially declining, she handed me the box. I'd assumed she'd refuse again, so it caught me a little off guard. What changed? This probably isn't something you're aware of, but thanks to you and Sakura-chan, of course, I had a pretty good experience. So as your reward, I'm letting you carry my stuff. Because of me and Sakura. Yep, the night I won the mackerel, Manabu-chan said something to me. Maybe I should treat you with more care, like how Sakura-san looks up to Aori-kun. I mean, wow. It was basically a national Manabu Akino Dera Day. But what I just said, that stays between us. Not a word to Manabu-chan, just between us. All right. Fufufu, so interesting. You two in Unit 1008. Mamasaka-san still didn't seem to suspect anything about me and Sakura. According to Akino-san, that's because Minoru just hasn't taken that much interest in you two yet. If that's true, then maybe this moment right here was the first time she took a step closer to our secret. Standing against the guardrail, with that daring smile, Mamasaka-san looked completely in her element. I wondered, will the day ever come when we tell her the truth? For now, it still felt like that's a story for another time. But I had a feeling, if Sakura and I ever did decide to tell her everything, it wouldn't be such a bad thing. She gave me 2 of the scrubbers as a gift, too. I was grateful. And I found myself thinking, I should probably return the favor sometime. Chapter 4. Please, consider donating the price of a coffee to Kikupedia. Kuzuki Sakura was the most popular girl in school. However, lately, the number of boys confessing their feelings to her had noticeably declined. It wasn't that Sakura had become any less popular. Rather, it was because all the boys who had fallen for her at first sight when she entered the school had already taken their shot. They'd all been rejected with the same, almost comedic excuse. Sorry, I'm only into my big brother. Ever since, they'd been stuck in a slump, perfectly matching the dreary gray skies of June. Of course, there were still some who hadn't confessed yet and were secretly holding out hope that one day, it'll be my turn. But for whatever reason, none of them had the guts to step up, and a second wave of confessions never really materialized. But even so, some tried to stand out through unorthodox means in a desperate bid to become Sakura's boyfriend. That day, Sakura was walking down the hallway with Mia. "Kuzuki-san, can I talk to you after school for a minute?" A male student approached her. He looked like a second year, but still used polite language when speaking to the first-year Sakura. There was no way this wasn't a confession. Lately, confessions had died down, but ever since I started modeling for Veliana, people have been confessing to me again, like it's some kind of commemorative event or something. With that in mind, she made her way after school to the back of the school building as requested. Peeking around the corner to check the meeting spot, she spotted 4 nervous-looking boys standing there. The 4 of them looked like walking embodiments of adolescent awkwardness, shuffling nervously, not even talking to one another, just standing there. Okay, one of them is definitely the second year who called me out here. But who are the other 3? Are they here to back him up or something? A group confession? That's a hard no. She kept her guard up, just in case. But ultimately, Sakura decided to show herself in front of the 4. Even though it was technically behind the school building, the area wasn't exactly private. The faculty office was nearby, and students often walked past. She figured it wasn't dangerous. As soon as she appeared, the 4 boys stepped forward. Then, "Kuzuki-san, please go out with one of us." All 4 of them bowed deeply, 90 degrees, perfectly in sync, and extended their hands toward her. What kind of confession is this? This is definitely a first. How should I even respond to this? Even Sakura was taken aback. Her usual go-to rejection line wouldn't be enough this time. As she started reluctantly brainstorming a few extra words to add. Wait just a second. An even greater surprise hit Sakura. Mia suddenly popped out from behind the nearby hedges. "Mia, what are you doing here?" "I had a really bad feeling, so I came to check on you." She walked over with an unusually bold stride, so unlike her usual self. Mia stepped right between Sakura and the 4 stunned boys. "And just what do you think you're doing?" With a furrowed brow and a tilted head, she addressed them in a soft tone. Sakura, watching, thought to herself, so this is what Mia looks like when she's mad. The second year who had called her out hunched his shoulders as he spoke. Well, if just one of us confessed, it'd be a simple yes or no. But if we all confessed at once, we figured maybe you'd say yes to at least one of us, like, this one's not so bad by comparison. That kind of thing. A group confession is out of the question. And thinking that just 4 of you could play the numbers game with Sakura is even worse. You should polish yourselves up and come back, though honestly, in this state, even if you did, I don't think we'd want you back. Finally realizing Mia was seriously angry, the boys shouted in unison, sorry, and bolted off in the same direction. Apparently, they were just a close-knit group after all. Thanks, Mia, even I was kinda stumped on how to deal with that one. Sakura could have handled a situation like this on her own. Still, she had hesitated a bit, so she decided to give Mia the credit this time. Rather than looking pleased with herself, Mia let out a relieved sigh. She must have been worried she'd overstepped her bounds. "Don't tell me. You've been spying on me all the times I've been called out by guys." "Not at all. Today was the first time." "Sakura, you usually just handle everything smoothly on your own, but today, I just had a really weird feeling." Mia smiled, looking genuinely glad she came. Her face practically says, "Praise me more." Not wanting to indulge her too much, Sakura opted for a different response. "You've got leaves in your hair. See? That's what you get for hiding in the bushes." Instead of praise, she gently brushed the leaves from Mia's head. "You have a big brother, right? And you're the youngest." Yeah, what about it?" "Even so, you're amazing. In our class, you're like the ultimate big sister." "Ahata." That comment caught Sakura off guard. She had never thought of herself as having a big sister vibe. Maybe, without realizing it, she'd been mimicking her older brother Huri's mannerisms when interacting with Mia, who adored her so innocently. Doing so probably made things easier. The moment that thought crossed her mind, Sakura quickly pushed it away. If that were true, it'd be like saying I care about Mia the same way my brother cares about me, and I can't have that. Her heart always had to stay cold. Even if she acted friendly and cheerful on the surface, she must never open the door to the most important part of her heart. The bitter memories from her middle school days resurfaced. Back then, I let too many people pass that door. I never want to feel that way again. Control your life, control others, and to do that, control yourself. I'm aiming to be the class's resident big sister after all. Mia puffed out her cheeks slightly. She had probably been hoping Sakura would say something like, "You're my only little sister." Sakura is someone I look up to. No matter what happens, I'll protect her. A breeze swept through the back of the school building. A wind that made you feel like walking against it just for the thrill. The leaves in the hedges rustled and trembled. Sakura. Mia's voice snapped her back to reality. Sakura and Mia locked eyes. Something unspoken, something they'd never talked about before, seemed ready to emerge between them. That was the feeling Sakura had, but... Mia suddenly let out a dumbfounded sound. Just like that, the peaceful atmosphere of everyday life returned all at once. What's wrong? Those guys from earlier, they seemed like upperclassmen, right? I totally forgot to use honorifics. Mia started debating whether she should go apologize. Sakura stopped her with a gentle please don't expression. Wow, that really happened. Dinner time. As usual, Sakura and I shared stories about our day at school over our evening meal. It's not that I've never had thoughts about how Sakura keeps getting confessed to by so many guys, but I've accepted it. After all, I've chosen to be with a girl as charming as Sakura, not just in my biased view, but objectively speaking. It's just something that comes with the territory. Hiyori-san is pretty reliable, isn't she? Well, yeah, I guess. And kind of surprising, too. Huh, what do you mean? I mean, think about it. You're great at communicating, unlike me. And yet, Hiyori-san keeps catching you off guard. Oh, I see, Sakura seemed to be choosing her words carefully. The truth is, I've been holding back lately. Holding back? Yeah. You know how I used to be good at reading people's feelings and guiding conversations just the way I wanted? I've been sealing that off. That was unexpected. Before we even entered high school, Sakura had openly said that this ability was her emotional foundation, her special skill for navigating life here. And yet she was already stepping away from it, not even halfway through the first semester. Why? You remember what happened last month with Tsunakichi-kun and Kikutaro-kun, right? I ended up upsetting them. After that, I kind of mentally broke down and ran away from home. Then June came, and during lunch the other day, Kikutaro-kun totally avoided me. So she was still thinking about that lunch break. It was early this month. As soon as Sakura tried talking to our otaku group in class, Kikutaro basically bolted from the room. Damn, I really should have talked to her about it that night and helped her process it. I assumed how Tsunakichi-kun and Kikutaro-kun felt and forced my own style of communication on them. I made them uncomfortable, and that's on me. So I figured I should start being more humble. Maybe I'm overthinking it just because I messed up once, but I'll at least try to keep greeting Kikutaro-kun from now on. Sakura said it with a smile like it was nothing, so I couldn't bring myself to press the matter further that night. Most people can name the top 3 hamburger chains, but ask about the 4th, and nearly everyone will say they don't know. Honestly, I didn't either until I started going there after entering high school. Burger Paradigm. Nicknamed Bapara, there was a store near the station, the one closest to our school. The exterior and interior were stylishly low-key, but just barely enough to stay afloat. Probably because the location wasn't ideal. For example, this shop had outdoor terrace seating. 3 dark wood 4-seater tables were lined up outside the entrance. On looks alone, you'd think it belonged on a sparkling main street right outside a train station. But it wasn't. It was tucked away, just off the main drag. From the terrace, all you could see across the narrow road was a tiny hourly parking lot. If you sat there eating a burger, there was a good chance you'd make awkward eye contact with someone getting out of their car. Behind this Bapara location was a drugstore, with the 2 shops practically back-to-back. Maybe because some people were buying booze there and bringing it over, there was a handwritten sign at the entrance saying, Anyone caught bringing alcohol inside will be fined 10,000 yen. Clearly inspired by the parking lots, unauthorized parking. 10,000 yen fine sign. This place always feels a little off, no matter when we come. Totally get that, Kazami. It's like it actively repels people. Same here. I've never even seen anyone sit out on the terrace. What kind of nerves do you need to actually use it? After sharing our individual takes on Bappara, Tsunakichi, Kikuteru, and I all laughed in agreement. We loved this burger joint. It was across the station from our school, so you rarely saw anyone in the same uniform. For 3 plain-looking high school guys, it was the perfect place to hang out after class. We went in, placed our orders, claimed our usual table, and prepared to waste time like always, or so we thought. Hey, Tsunakichi-kun, are you okay about what the math teacher told you today? You haven't turned in your Golden Week assignment yet, right? If you don't submit it by tomorrow, you're stuck in after-school remedial classes until summer break. I don't think he was bluffing. Just as we all opened our burger wrappers, Kikuteru said that, and the mood changed. Turns out, Tsunakichi had completely forgotten the math teacher's warning. And so, even as June approached its final stretch, he was forced to deal with his long-overdue assignment. Wanting to get it over with quickly, I volunteered to act as his tutor. It was a problem set I'd solved once before, but since it had been over a month, my memory was fuzzy. So we tackled it together, mixing in the occasional anime chatter for mental breaks, of course. When it comes to the most charming and mysterious character in Aoashi, I'd say it's the protagonist, Sekai Mai. During a study break, Kikuteru's commentary was the perfect kind of background noise, just pleasant enough to be soothing. He was fully aware of that himself. The biggest mystery in Aoashi is Sekai Mai's true identity. All the other zombie girls remember their lives before death. They know what field they were geniuses in. But Mai is different. She has no memory of her past life. The original story still hasn't revealed who she was when she was alive. While I was tutoring Tsunakichi, he had a constant grimace on his face, which is only natural. Nobody in our school could possibly feel good while learning how to solve piecewise functions. But during the break, sipping a cola while listening to Kikuteru, his expression softened. Not just Tsunakichi, even I welcomed the reprieve, using the time to rest my teaching-worn voice. When it comes to figuring out who Sekai Mai really is, her special moves are key. In Aoashi, every other character is a one-trick pony, but not Mai. First, there's her direct shot, when she broke through the defense of Murakami Shunryu's team in the first match. Then the quality sprint, which let her overtake the zombie midfielder Kurabuchi, who was a legendary track star. And after that, she overcame her weakness in one-on-one situations by awakening a skill in the clutch, 2 ball touches in 0.2 seconds. Double 2, her skill set has no consistency. That's the point, I think. It's like the author just threw in whatever cool moves they could think of for her without any narrative context. Kikuteru then tried to dive into the real-life female soccer players that inspired Mai's various skills, but awkwardly cut himself off mid-sentence. As for who Sekai Mai really is, I'm with the mainstream theory online. She's a Frankenstein zombie made by stitching together the corpses of legendary soccer players. Forwards, midfielders, defenders, all the best from every position combined into one ultimate zombie. That would also explain why she has no memories. It's not that she forgot, her mind is a soup of conflicting memories. Unlike the others, she has too many origins to understand who she really is. That's why she's lost her sense of identity. I think that's the hidden theme of Aoashi, Mai's journey to discover who she truly is. That was the end of his monologue. I'm gonna hit the bathroom, Kikuteru said, and walked off alone. Just as he left, Tsunakichi finally finished his homework. He looked up at the ceiling, gasping like he'd just run laps outside. Finally done? Seriously, what the hell is the point of quadratic functions in real life? If you'd done it yesterday, it'd have served a purpose today. No more homework at Sacred Bappara, all right. Yes, yeah, my bad, I owe you. Hey, want to get another burger or something? I'll skip food or I won't be able to eat dinner, but I could go for a shake. My brain needs the sugar. Want to use my coupon? Sure, thanks. I stayed behind to watch our stuff while Tsunakichi went to the register. He came back after placing the order, and we stared at the screen above the counter, waiting for our number to appear. You're pretty good at teaching, Kazami. You seem like you've done it before. But you're an only child, right? Got any younger cousins or something? At school, Sakura openly talks about having an older brother, but I always say I'm an only child. Tsunakichi had a point, though. I tutor Sakura during exam season. Thinking about her reminded me of last night. Sakura had been bothered by Kikuteru's rejection. I do want to help her somehow. Is there any way to make Kikuteru stop disliking her? But that's tough. For one thing, Sakura isn't even trying to be friends with Kikuteru. What she's really seeking is security, a sense of comfort in her school life. Even if I tried to patch things up between them, it wouldn't mean much to her if it's just for appearances. Sakura has to find her own answer to how she wants to live her high school life. Unfortunately, there's not much I can actively do to help. And if Kikuteru doesn't want to deal with her, there's no way I can ask him to be nice to her, directly or indirectly. It's like a tangled knot with no visible end. But there's a word that perfectly describes my current state of mind. This is ego. Sakura's already decided she's going to stop reading people and pushing too hard. If that's the case, Kikuteru probably won't be bothered by her much anymore. It's like the issue has quietly resolved itself between the two of them. And yet, I still can't shake this feeling. But what good would it do to act just because my friend doesn't like my girlfriend and it makes me uncomfortable? Let's be honest, I'm the one who wants to feel better. That's what makes it my ego. Tsunakichi stood up. At some point, our order number had appeared on the screen above the register. He came back with the tray and placed the vanilla shake in front of me. You okay, Kazami? You've been scowling this whole time. Got a stomachache? The fries taste off. No way our beloved Bapara would do us dirty like that. I hurriedly picked up the paper cup but didn't take a sip right away. I tried to brush it off with, thinking about math outside study hours fried my brain, but Tsunakichi spoke first. You're not still brooding about Kikuteru, are you? What, how'd you know? Truth is, I've been kind of worried about him lately too. I was shocked. It felt like I'd just gained 1,000 allies. If Tsunakichi still cared about that lunch period when Kikuteru ran away from Sakura, then maybe we were getting somewhere. Seizing the moment, I unloaded everything that had been weighing on me. Naturally, I made sure not to let on that I had any special feelings for the popular girl in class, Sakura Kozuki. I carefully filtered what I shared. From Kikuteru's blunt, I hate her, a month ago at this very table, to what happened during that recent lunch break. I laid it all out, along with the uncomfortable feelings it left behind. But then, whoa, hold up. Tsunakichi suddenly stopped me mid-sentence. We both have worries about Kikuteru, sure, but it sounds like your situation and mine are completely different, or wait, maybe they're not. What are you trying to say? All right, I've got it, let me explain. And then Tsunakichi said something absolutely shocking. Kazami, I think you're barking up the wrong tree. For a moment my brain just stopped. Honestly, looking back, I must have been pretty full of myself. I mean, I live with Sakura. I thought I had more cards to play than anyone when it came to problems involving her. I genuinely believed that. So Tsunakichi's words hit me like walking straight into a utility pole. I was completely rattled. Barking up the wrong tree. Yeah, let me walk you through my thinking. Feeling good about this. I finally get to play the teacher for once. Up until now, Tsunakichi had only been on the receiving end, getting anime rants from Kikuteru and math lessons from me. He took a big bite of his burger, hyping himself up. To get to the point, Kikuteru isn't actually avoiding Kozuki-san. Sure, he might still feel awkward around her, but compared to back in May when he flat out said he hated her at this table, he's softened up a lot. You've noticed how ever since Kozuki-san got called to the student guidance office by Mary-chan in May, she stopped bringing up anime when she talks to us. You remember her usual go-to line, "What kind of anime are you nerds watching?" Oh my god, so lewd. Lewd. Mary-chan was our homeroom teacher, real name Jinmi Amari. Yeah, Kozuki-san completely stopped doing that. And it's working. These days, Kikuteru can handle her making casual small talk with him, so you didn't really need to stress about them being awkward around each other. Then why'd he run away from her during lunch that day? She barely said anything, and he bolted. The problem is Aashi. What the hell was Tsunakichi saying? Why was Aashi coming up now? Listen carefully, Kazami. The core of this issue is that Kikutaro actually doesn't know much about Ayashi at all. I'm pretty sure Kikutaro hasn't watched a single episode of the anime. All the knowledge he drops during our convos is probably stuff he Googled last minute. This was ridiculous. Ayashi had come up over and over between the three of us since early June. Just earlier today, Kikutaro had been going off about Sekai Mai like an expert. How could he not know it? He knew more than either of us. Was Tsunakichi messing with me? But he had that deadly serious look in his eyes, so I decided to hear him out. Go on. Every time he talked about Ayashi, something felt off. It all came together during lunch that day, when he ran from Kuzuki-san. What do you mean? Well, back then, I'd only watched up to episode 3. I hadn't even seen the part where Sekai Mai first uses her direct shot. Remember what I said to Kikutaro? I told him Sekai Mai's special move is the no-trap shot. And he corrected me, saying, no, it's the direct shot. Kazami, what did you think of that? I just thought you got her move wrong. But I didn't. A no-trap shot is basically just another way of saying direct shot. A trap is when you stop the ball, like Arashi Makoto's signature move, you know? So no trap means you don't stop it, you shoot directly. It's the same thing. I'd only read bits and pieces online, so I used a different term from the one they use in the anime. So Kikutaro corrected you, because it wasn't the term used in the show. But doesn't it seem like something he would have added a clarification to? Like, well, a no-trap shot and a direct shot are basically the same thing, right? Well, yeah, now that you mention it. Also, while I was studying earlier, Kikutaro went on and on about Sekai Mai's true identity, right? But there was another weird thing. Weird? He kept calling a midfielder a midfielder. Did he? He totally did. He probably mixed it up with the word filter, because of the position being between the offense and defense. I mean, in Japanese they usually spell it fielder in katakana, but if you're trying to translate it properly, fielder makes more sense. It comes from field, and since they're in the middle of the field, they're midfielders. Bit by bit, I started to think maybe Tsunakichi's, Kikutaro hasn't watched it, theory wasn't so far-fetched. Because, for someone like Kikutaro, who's normally a knowledge sponge, it'd be weird to make a mistake like that, right? Exactly, so let's say everything I've said so far is correct. Then Kikutaro bolting during lunch that day takes on a whole new meaning. New meaning? Wait, don't tell me. Yup, Kuzuki-san's really tight with Otani, right? She's not like us, geeks who watch sports anime but don't know squat about actual sports. She hangs out every day with a real first-string forward. Otani probably talks to her about soccer all the time. So, he was scared that if Kuzuki-san heard him talk, she'd realize he doesn't actually know anything about soccer. He panicked and belayed. Hey, don't just steal the best part of the reveal. As payback, Tsunakichi reached for my fries. I nodded and he took 3. It felt like way too small a price for the theory bomb he'd just dropped. Forget teacher, you should be a detective. I never said my name was Edogawa. Well, right now, you're more of a fascinating theory detective-san. Oh, you did not just say that. Got any proof? That's where it always ends up. No matter how suspicious things seem or how deep the theory goes, if you don't have evidence, it's just speculation. But then, Tsunakichi said, I wasn't expecting it, but I actually found evidence today that backs up my theory. Evidence? Today, I had no idea what he was talking about. What the hell had Tsunakichi caught on to? All right, listen carefully. Yeah. Kikutaro has gone to the bathroom 7 times today, between before homeroom and now. Wait, seriously. Tsunakichi's glasses glinted as he put on a deadly serious expression, and I honestly didn't know how to react. He glanced toward the bathroom entrance at the far corner of the floor. Come to think of it, Kikutaro had been gone a while now. And... So, what are you getting at? Come on, Kazami, don't tell me you still don't get it. Every time we've talked about Ayashi, that's exactly when Kikutaro goes to the bathroom. Right when he starts to fumble his words. Now that you mention it, that did happen just now too. I said earlier that Kikutaro's knowledge is just surface-level stuff. He looked up online, right? But even then, there's no way he can keep up with us when we start getting into the weeds. So what does he do? He fakes a bathroom break mid-convo and uses his phone to research more Ayashi trivia to keep up. Just like he's probably doing right now. Okay, but here's what I don't get. Why go to all that trouble? If he wants to be part of the conversation, why not just watch the anime like a normal person? Why go out of his way to avoid it? Beats me. Maybe the director or the original creator murdered his mom or something. Even if Kikutaro hated Ayashi, would he really need to be this roundabout? Couldn't he just say, "Hey, I'm not into that anime, can we talk about something else?" and be done with it? Bit harsh, don't you think? Maybe from his point of view, if he told us he wasn't watching the anime that you are into and I'm starting to get into, he figured we'd leave him out. We'd never do that. Of course not. But he's the sensitive type, right? Out of the three of us, he's definitely the most delicate. Yeah, I hate to admit it, but you're probably right. Whatever the reason is, the point is there is one. And now that we're talking about it, it hit me, he must be seriously stressed. How so? Even if you're going to sneak off to look stuff up, would you really use the bathroom excuse every single time? 7 out of 7? A normal person would at least try to mix it up. The fact that he can't even manage that shows he's pretty much at his limit. I was still only half convinced. But with each exchange, Tsunakichi seemed more and more certain that his theory was right. All right, I've decided. Now that I've told you all this, I can't back down anymore. Sniff, sniffle, sob. Right in front of us, Kikutaro was bawling, sobbing like a child, rubbing his eyes with the sleeves of his school uniform. We were standing in front of the station near school. Usually, after we left Bappara, we just say, "See you tomorrow," here and head our separate ways. But today was different. Right before we parted, Tsunakichi had asked Kikutaro, "You're not actually watching Ayashi, are you?" To Tsunakichi, this was just tying off loose ends. If his theory was right, he could help Kikutaro. If he was wrong, he'd feel relieved knowing he was worried over nothing. Either way, he didn't want to go home feeling like there was a fishbone stuck in his throat. And the result of that choice was this. After hearing Tsunakichi's deduction, Kikutaro seemed to realize there was no point hiding it anymore. "I'm sorry for lying all this time. Tsunakichi-kun was right. I haven't watched Ayashi, I just can't bring myself to watch a soccer anime. I hate them. But I didn't want to admit that I wasn't watching the same thing as you two, so I lied. I looked stuff up online, memorized it, and pretended like I was watching the real thing." That was his confession. Unbelievably, Tsunakichi's theory had been completely accurate, every part of it. So why had Kikutaro lied to us all this time? He told us it came from something that happened to him in middle school, a personal tragedy. A recurring event that haunted him every year back then, the sports festival. It was an all-grade event where every student had to participate, with homeroom classes competing against one another. There were close to 10 events ranging from mainstream sports to niche ones like squash. Each student had to pick one event and compete as their class's representative. If you performed well in your event, your class would earn points, and the class with the most points by the end would be awarded a prize. For someone like Kikutaro, unathletic and utterly uncompetitive, always shaking in the corner since elementary school, there was nothing fun about it. But soccer was the safest bet. In solo events, the pressure of winning or losing fell squarely on the individual. But soccer was chaotic and team-based, so even if he avoided the ball the whole time, no one would really notice. Then came the sports festival in his second year of middle school. Thanks to the lottery, Kikutaro landed a spot in the soccer event, and that's when it happened. The incident that haunted him took place during the semifinal match. Yes, the semifinals. Kikutaro had been trying to make it through without ever touching the ball. But because the soccer team members in his class were unusually fired up, the team kept winning, dragging him deeper into the tournament. By that point, even the classmates watching from the sidelines had gotten into it, shouting, "Let's win this." Then, with 5 minutes left in the match, and his team trailing by 1, Kikutaro just happened to be standing near the enemy goal. If he were trying to stay out of the way, he should have been hiding out near his own end. But in that moment, he was too exhausted from all the unexpected matches to think straight. A midfielder from his team, a soccer club guy, suddenly launched a long pass toward him. Probably desperate to tie the game and too frantic to choose a proper target. It was the first and only time Kikutaro had ever received a pass in the entire tournament. And then, Kikutaro, off that assist, somehow ended up scoring a goal. It was a miracle born from the brink of exhaustion, that heightened state of focus known in sports as the zone. Kikutaru said the incoming ball looked like it was moving in slow motion. His foot lashed out instinctively, striking the core of the ball perfectly. The opposing keeper couldn't react at all, and the shot went in. Cheers erupted from all around. This was unexpected glory falling upon Kikutaru, who had always been just another forgettable guy. And with this moment, his entire junior high life would be turned around. Kikutaru, the new classroom star, or so it seemed. But then came a protest from the referee. Kikutaru's goal was ruled offside and revoked. He was shocked by the decision, not because he was certain his goal was valid under the rules, but because of the sheer unfairness of it. After all, this sports festival was more of a casual event. Most students were amateurs in the sports they participated in, so naturally, the rules were loose, to put it mildly. Each sport had student referees assigned, but the enforcement of rules was often sloppy at best. Even in the soccer matches, some classes couldn't field a proper 11-man team, so it wasn't uncommon to see 9-player teams going up against teams of 12. And yet, for some reason, the offside rule was strictly enforced this time. The student acting as referee was from the same grade, but a different class. In short, it was harassment. It probably annoyed them that someone as plain as Kikutaru was getting attention. That was likely all there was to it, but rules were rules. You couldn't argue. It's weird to call offside in a festival game like this. Kikutaru's class lost in the semifinals. And as always happens to students in weak positions, the blame for the revoked goal was all placed squarely on Kikutaru's shoulders. In the days that followed the event, far from being treated as a class hero, it was like he was walking on pins and needles. Maybe to you too, this just sounds like some petty thing to be upset about, but to me, it was devastating. It felt like the god of my destiny would never let me be on the winning side, no matter what I did. I was so crushed, I couldn't even bring myself to watch real soccer matches anymore. Hell, I couldn't even watch anime about soccer ever again. It must have been a deeply traumatic memory. Kikutaru choked through sobs as he desperately tried to convey his feelings. And the pathetic truth was, neither I nor Tsunakichi had any idea how to respond. We kept saying the same things over and over. That must have been tough, a horrible experience. Sorry, we didn't mean to, but Kikutaru showed no signs of calming down. Hey, Huri. What even is offside anyway? I'm not totally sure, but I think it's something like, you can't receive a pass if you're closer to the opponent's goal than their defenders, or something like that. Wait, that's not allowed. Doesn't sound like it is, based on Kikutaru's story. The exchange was pure escapism. We had no idea what else to say to Kikutaru, but silence was just as painful. We were just trying to keep the conversation alive. This is bad. This whole situation is going south. I never thought something like this would happen. You guys are driving safely on the highway, while our group is having a wild F1 race with no brakes. That's how Sakura once explained the difference between our otaku group's conversations and those of the popular crowd. Right now, we were like law-abiding drivers who somehow still ended up crashing headfirst into a wall. Just pitiful. Crap, what do you do in a situation like this? When you accidentally hit a friend's sensitive spot and hurt them, how are you supposed to talk to them after that? The three of us have always gotten along since we started school. I believed, without any real reason, that these guys won't hurt me like the others have. I never imagined a moment like this. My mind's blank. This is bad. I need to say something. But before either Tsunakichi or I could find the right words, a carefree voice called out from behind us, "Yuhu, Otaku-kun." It was Sakura. She was alone. Looked like she'd just split from her group after hanging out nearby. You guys heading home too? What a coincidence, running into you near the station. Well, see you tomorrow, bye-bye. Hi. She had clearly just planned to greet us and move along. But the moment she saw Kikutaru crying, she froze. You could see the scale tipping in her mind. I promised not to butt into my brother's friend's business anymore, but also, leaving a crying kid like this would go against my popular classmate image. In the end, the latter won. Why are you crying, Otaku-kun? Something bothering you? It's none of your business, Kozuki-san. Kikutaru's voice, aimed at Sakura, was even colder than the one he'd used when he rejected her during lunch the other day. So much so that both Tsunakichi and I felt a chill. I see, you're right. With that, Sakura turned her back to us and started walking toward the station. Sorry, Sakura, but this is how it has to be right now. I swear I'll make this up to you somehow. Silently apologizing in my heart, I turned back to Kikutaro, but the look on his face wasn't what I expected. Kikutaro was standing there with his mouth slightly agape, staring in shock at something behind me and Tsunakichi. Wondering what was going on now, I turned around. You know, if you want, I could try to help. Sakura had returned. I mean, yeah, maybe I don't have anything to do with this. But I kinda owe you guys for what happened back in May, so, just for today, I'll make an exception. The May incident. A little mess that happened last month, because Sakura had misjudged the distance between her and our group. What's going through Sakura's head right now? Is she trying to make amends because she feels bad about what happened in May? Did she see that I was having trouble because Kikutaro's crying and decide to help out? One thing I know for sure is that Sakura mustered her courage to come back. And if that's the case, then the only option I have is to support her. That'll help both her and Kikutaro too. Kikutaro, what do you think? Want to talk to Kuzuki-san about it? The moment I suggested that, both Kikutaro and Tsunakichi looked stunned. Why would I talk to her about anything? This might just be fate. Besides, Tsunakichi and I literally just made you cry by poking a sore spot. We've been trying to cheer you up, sure, but it clearly hasn't worked. What you need is a fresh perspective. She might blab to the class that I was crying. Kuzuki-san wouldn't do something that low. I mean, you remember how I used to argue with her all the time in class until just last month, right? But even then, she never spread any rumors about me. If you ask her to keep it to herself, she'll respect that. My push seemed to have worked. Kikutaro finally came around. Since hanging around in front of the station much longer wasn't ideal, we moved to a back alley nearby. Behind a building, with the outdoor AC units humming loudly. With Tsunakichi and me watching over him, Kikutaro opened up again from the start, this time to Sakura, about what had happened at the sports festival. While he spoke, Sakura barely reacted. She didn't nod, didn't respond. It almost looked like she was more interested in the AC fan than in what Kikutaro was saying. After finishing the story, Kikutaro awkwardly muttered. I kind of just blurted all that out, but yeah, for Kuzuki-san this must have just sounded like, why should I care? Stuff, huh? What am I even doing? But thanks for listening, I guess. The God who governs my fate will never let me be on the winning side, no matter what. That's what you said earlier, right? Yeah, I did. Why? I thought it was a great line. It hit me hard. That feeling you have about wanting to be on the winning side, it really came through. Thanks. That's when Sakura suddenly changed her entire demeanor. She stood up straight like a queen, looked all three of us dead in the eye with force, and it almost made our hearts stop. Even the AC unit let out a faint whine. Then why were you always brushing me off when I talked to you? She pointed right at Kikutaro. It was a question that came way out of left field. Both Kikutaro and Tsunakichi reacted like, wait, that's what this is about. Not just what happened back at the station or during lunch the other day. Hasn't it been like that ever since we started school? Like when I came over to chat with your group. Yeah, I guess so. If you really wanted to be one of the winners, then you should have just let me talk to you. We're in the same class, and you had someone like me reaching out to you. That's the kind of thing people brag about, you know. Not an ounce of modesty in her voice. The three of us could only nod in silence. I don't think you've been suffering over just something from junior high. You say it was frustrating not being on the winning side back then. But now that you're in high school, when there's a super easy path right in front of you to become one, you're not even trying. It's like you've got no direction. Like in soccer, when you don't even know which goal is yours and you're just wandering around. I think the real problem isn't the past, it's that you still haven't decided how you want to live now. That's why you're in pain. Then Sakura smiled, as if hitting a frame-perfect input on a tricky game combo, perfectly timed, flawless. If you don't want to get close to the school's most beautiful girl/influencer/supermodel, then isn't that already your answer? I could tell. Sakura's words had slipped right into the folds of Kikutaro's heart. That's it. Back in junior high, all I really wanted was just to have friends. Then in high school, for the first time, I actually made some. And before I realized it, all that stuff about winning didn't matter anymore. I'm not the same me I was back then, so why was I clinging so hard to that old grudge? I was being stupid. It was like magic, or some kind of exorcism. Satisfied that Kikuteru had recovered, Sakura quietly walked out of the alley without saying a word. She didn't even give us time to thank her, leaving in a way that was almost too cool for words. After that, Kikuteru bounced back completely, especially after Tsunakichi, and I patted him on the shoulder a few times. Maybe I was just overthinking everything. If I'd been the type to say, "Who cares about the past? Tsunakichi and I are with you now, so let's just have fun." With full confidence, maybe I could have helped Kikuteru stop crying way sooner. Maybe the thing making it all so complicated was my own cowardice. Kikuteru's definitely a sensitive guy, but that doesn't mean he's a pain to deal with or anything. Hey, Aori-kun. There's one thing I want to say. What is it? I think even I have to admit, going to the bathroom 7 times in one day is kind of abnormal. As a friend, I was hoping someone would have noticed. Yeah, okay, you're definitely a pain to deal with. From our study session at Bapara, all the way to that emotional scene in the alley, it had been a chaotic after-school stretch. But hey, all's well that ends well. I was already floating just thinking about how I'd thank Sakura with all the best words I could find. But surprisingly, when I got home, Sakura, waiting on the couch, was curled up with her knees to her chest, looking worried and uneasy. Hey Onii-chan, was I okay today? Hi. I mean, did I overstep or anything? I had expected her to burst in proudly like, that was a major win, right? With her chest puffed out, so the fact that she seemed unsure instead caught me off guard. But I quickly realized what Sakura had said to Kikuteru. You're struggling because you don't know which goal you're aiming for. Maybe that applied to her too. I sat down beside her and leaned in gently. I'm proud of you. It was like the Sakura from that Veliana interview. The one giving advice to young girls had just stepped right out of the page. Sakura seemed to relax a little and smiled. Chapter 5, No bonus left in the leftovers. Our school's rooftop is open to students. Usually during lunch break, you'll find a few student groups hanging out and killing time up there, but today was different. It had rained from last night into the early morning. The rooftop floor was still a dark gray, damp from the rain. The sun was now peeking through the clouds. It probably wouldn't rain again this afternoon. The rooftop's main appeal is, of course, its openness. And yet, on a day like this, it felt strangely stifling. The air was more humid than usual, and it was like that heavy moisture just lingered there, refusing to disperse. In times like that, the rooftop became a place people instinctively avoided. But there are always a few odd types, like us, who seek it out specifically because of that. Like mosquito larvae appearing after the rain, a terrible comparison, I know, people like us start showing up. Even though we'd switched locations from the usual spot in front of the classroom's cleaning locker, the conversation hadn't really changed, or so I thought. Today, however, we had a special topic. I really, seriously love Otani-kun. In the corner of the rooftop, Tsunakichi leaned against the wet fence without hesitation, staring off wistfully. Otani, our classmate from Year 1, Class 2, easily one of the most popular students. Sweet looks, a gentle demeanor, and a regular forward on the soccer team. Someone like Tsunakichi would normally be jealous. But apparently, Otani was an exception. It was back when we had just started school, I think. I wasn't hanging out with you guys yet. I didn't want to draw any attention to myself, so I was trying to blend into the background. I was even terrified of how unnecessarily tall I am, thought the girls behind me would start picking on me for it. And then one day, right as I opened the classroom door, bam, I accidentally bumped into Otani-kun. I was scared stiff. Running into a popular guy like that right after starting school? For someone like me, that's basically social suicide. It felt like I'd barged into a parade of feudal lords. This was news to me. But you know what Otani-kun said? He said, "Sorry for bumping into you. By the way, Kyudo-kun, you've got really long limbs. If you were a defender, the opposing forwards would probably have a hard time getting around you." He then turned back to his friends. Even though it was early in the semester, Otani had already gathered a small crowd: Sakura, Hiyodori-san, and the soccer team. Apparently, the soccer joke didn't quite land with the girls, so the reaction was lukewarm. Otani just shrugged like he was in a Hollywood movie and passed by Tsunakichi with a sheepish grin. I knew what he was doing. He was deliberately diffusing the situation. He let it slide just like that, man. That's what I call smooth. Tsunakichi hugged his own shoulders and wiggled in admiration. School's like a little village. If the village chief's a good guy, the whole place thrives. But if a jerk takes charge, it's hell. I gave a vague nod. Kikuteru, probably reminded of his own experience, looked away with a grim expression. But Otani-kun's the perfect chief. No, scratch that, he's already a king. Wait, I said, parade of feudal lords earlier, so maybe I should call him a daimyo instead. Tsunakichi took a moment trying to find the right word to describe Otani, but then gave up. After all, the real issue, the big topic, started from here. Gripping the fence tightly with both hands, Tsunakichi let out a heavy sigh. I can't believe Otani-kun's taking a leave of absence from school. That's right, just as June was wrapping up, this bombshell dropped on our class. It happened barely 10 minutes ago. As soon as lunch break started, Otani stood up and said, "Sorry, can I have a moment? There's something I want to tell everyone." He'd said it to his group of friends, but the whole class perked up like they were the everyone he was addressing. Otani accepted the attention from nearly the whole class without hesitation. That's when he told us he'd be taking an extended leave from school. Apparently, he'd been invited by the Japan Football Association to join a special training program aimed at developing future national team players. Only high schoolers considered golden prospects by the association were allowed to participate. It was a long-term program unlike anything seen before in Japanese soccer education, and those who accepted the invitation would spend several years immersed in soccer in a dedicated facility. Otani had just sent his official yes yesterday. When he said it, the classroom exploded. First, he apologized to his friends for not telling them in advance. Since it's something that affects my future, I wanted to think it through and decide on my own, he explained. And then he declared, I'm going to give it everything I've got. I will make it onto the national team. After that, the room turned into absolute chaos. Pure cheers from those celebrating his departure. Soccer team members shouting things like no fair, and but it makes sense if it's Otani. Girls tearing up from the emotional rush, curious onlookers from the next class peeking in. It was like we'd been flung away by the centrifugal force of that emotional whirlwind. That's how we ended up escaping to the rooftop. Not just Tsunakichi, Kikuteru and I were pretty down too. Even if we hadn't talked to him much, we all genuinely admired Otani as the leader of our class. Overcome with emotion, Tsunakichi started shaking the fence. Yuuu, Otani-kun, I love Yaowu. Don't leave. You've got a way more important job than being on the national team. You're supposed to be the eternal leader of Class 2. Tsunakichi was, as always, a man of many one-sided loves. Just last month, he was hung up on Hiyodori-san. But within less than a month, he'd cycled through multiple new crushes. Ever since the school year began, he'd fallen in and out of unrequited love with 5 different girls. But maybe because the Otani leaving shock had drained him emotionally, this was the last time he got infatuated with anyone until summer. Right near the end of lunch break, we figured, the class has probably calmed down by now, and went back. We were wrong. The stage was at its climax. At the center of the classroom, the class's queen bee, Kuzuki Sakura, was presenting Otani with a bouquet of flowers. The bouquet, where had they gotten it from? Did someone run out to buy it? But I quickly realized the source. The vase of flowers that had been sitting in the hallway was now empty. We'll never forget you, Otani-kun. Sakura's voice trembled with emotion. To most, it might have seemed genuine, but I could tell she was acting. Thanks for everything, Kuzuki. I'm counting on you to handle things after I'm gone. Okay. At that moment, Jinmi Amari-sensei, our homeroom teacher, happened to pass by the classroom. She gave Otani a few words of encouragement, then gently reminded everyone, make sure to return the flowers to where they came from. I didn't miss the gardening committee student in the corner, who breathed a visible sigh of relief. That evening, the day when Class 2 was shaken by the news of Otani's leave of absence. I'm whom? Oh, welcome back. Sakura came home late. There had been a farewell party after school with her entire friend group to send Otani off. Since the soccer team didn't have practice today, the timing had worked out well. Maybe Otani had planned the announcement today just so he could get the farewell party over with. After changing clothes in her room, Sakura came into the living room. Karaoke again. Yup, karaoke's great. No matter how much it wrecks your throat, it doesn't affect modeling work. You want something to eat. I can make rice porridge with frozen rice or maybe some chilled tofu. I've been skipping the gym more this month, so go with the low-carb option. That meant tofu. Got it. I headed to the kitchen. I finally chopped some watercress, tossed it with olive oil, soy sauce, and vinegar, then placed it over a block of tofu. When I set the small bowl on the table in front of the sofa, Sakura let out a warm sigh. You're such a lifesaver with stuff like this. Thanks. You didn't eat at the party. You messaged saying you wouldn't need dinner, so I figured. I sort of ate, but karaoke food is super high in calories. I only picked at a few things. My metabolism's insanely high, but I can't just rely on that forever. I want to be able to eat freely when it really counts, so I try to stay disciplined most of the time. Sakura carefully lifted a trembling piece of tofu with her chopsticks and brought it to her mouth. It's good. The bitterness of the watercress mellows out with the tofu. It works really well. Glad to hear it. If we were a little older, I'd say this calls for a beer on the side. Yeah, we're not there yet. But you're right, when adults do the whole drinking at home thing, it's always stuff like tofu. With bottled beer too. Sakura paused with her chopsticks in midair. She looked up at the ceiling and took a deep breath. What's wrong? Something happened. Onii-chan, you came back to the classroom near the end of lunch, right? Do you remember what Otani-kun said to me? Oh, you mean, Kuzuki, I'm counting on you to handle things after I'm gone. What was that about anyway? Geez, you're so dense. He was talking about handing over his duties. Duties? Oh, you mean as vice class rep. In addition to being a regular on the soccer team, Atani had also been the vice representative for Class 2. You don't want to do it, Sakura. Of course I don't. Who wants to deal with that kind of stuff? Then why not just turn it down? That's easier said than done. Atani-kun really did a number on me. Saying something like that in front of the whole class during lunch, practically naming me his successor. Atani had become vice rep through a rigorous lottery, Jinmiya-sensei, held at the start of the term. In other words, it wasn't voluntary, he just drew the short straw. The class rep was a guy named Hodai. Hodai shared Atani's kindness but lacked his presence. He wasn't the type to rally people. Still, his grades were excellent, and his sincerity was well respected among the classmates. Even if both roles were determined by chance, those two had created a certain atmosphere in the classroom. The class rep was the diligent student who served as the face of the class for school events, while the vice rep was the popular one who managed the inner workings of the class. In that sense, Sakura was the obvious next choice for vice rep. Within the classroom, she and Atani were the top two in visibility, but outside, she was the undisputed number one in popularity among the boys. And she was well on her way to becoming a social media influencer as a fashion model. She was the textbook example of what the class expected in a vice rep. If anyone else tried to claim the role over her, they'd probably just end up embarrassing themselves. But Sakura herself, Atani-kun, come uun, being vice rep of Class 2 is way more important than being on the national soccer team. Just stay ye. Was saying almost the exact same thing Tsunakichi had cried earlier. Everyone's probably already expecting me to do it. If I refuse, I'll ruin the image I've built in the class, and... She traced the rim of the small bowl with her fingertip. Seeing that pained expression on her face, something suddenly clicked in my mind. The real reason Sakura didn't want to be vice rep, that's right. I remember now. Back in her second year of middle school, it was during the second term, I think, she had been the vice rep. Or rather, was forced to be. She hadn't volunteered. Her classmates had pushed the job onto her. How could I forget something like that? I'm an idiot. For Sakura, some of her worst memories from middle school were probably tied to that title. Just the thought of retracing those steps, even a little, must have been painful. That was close. If I'd said something careless like, why not just give it a shot? I'd never be able to forgive myself. You don't need to worry about what the class thinks. Just say your modeling work's going to pick up, got tons of valid excuses. Everyone in class is on your side. I spoke as gently as I could. And knowing Jinmiya-sensei, she'll probably just do another lottery. Odds of getting picked again are pretty low. Yeah, you're right. That's probably true. I could tell I'd managed to pull Sakura back from the edge before her mood spiraled any further. Sakura gave an embarrassed little smile and picked up her chopsticks again. She continued eating, balancing the watercress and tofu evenly. Neither ingredient was left behind awkwardly in the end. Homeroom ended, and it was now after school. Yesterday, Sakura and her friend group had gone wild under the excuse of throwing Otani a farewell party, but they couldn't exactly party like that every day. Especially considering Otani's situation. He was now someone with the future of Japan's national soccer team riding on his shoulders. Last night, Sakura had told Huri something like, "I try to be mindful of what I eat," as a model. But for Otani, what lay ahead would be strict dietary restrictions far beyond what Sakura ever faced. For the first time, Sakura felt a twinge of envy toward Otani. Right now, she was on the verge of fame as a rising fashion model, and plenty of girls were beginning to look up to her. But Sakura herself, while she did have goals like wanting to be a strong woman and wanting to find stability in society, didn't have a concrete vision for her future. She was still wavering. Otani-kun probably has a clear sense of purpose, unlike me. Since becoming a model for Veliana, Sakura had met several others in the same line of work. Some talked passionately about wanting to walk the Paris collection runway, others about marrying a famous singer. They all had that same burning ambition. From the outside, Sakura probably seemed like she belonged to that same crowd, but that was a misconception. A misconception Sakura intentionally projected to those around her. If she didn't act like she was burning with ambition, she'd stand out. And standing out in a group of girls was fatal. The glow she gave off was just a facade. The June cover called her dazzling with the tagline, "While she's still a rough gem," but to Sakura, it only sounded ironic. A real rough gem sparkles from within, even if it's dirty on the outside. A heart covered in plating is the opposite of that. Why don't I have anything I genuinely aspire to? If life is a journey, then not having a dream is like walking without a compass. It's unsettling. Enough of this nonsense, I should just head home. She grabbed her bag and was about to stand when, "Ah, Sakura." Someone called from behind her. It was Mia. As always, Mia approached with a bright, carefree smile, but for some reason, Sakura had a bad feeling. "Heading home now? Hee, let's go to the station together. I really want to be alone today." Sakura began working out how to express that in a way that wouldn't hurt Mia's feelings. Something gentle, indirect, and polite. But then she noticed something. Mia looked unusually proud of herself. "I've seen that face before. That's right, a while ago when those 4 boys confessed to me and Mia stepped in to drive them off. She had the same expression then. Listen to this, Sakura. Just now, Jinmiya-sensei said they're going to pick the vice class rep by lottery." Sakura felt relief begin to rise, then stopped herself. Last night, Huri had said, "They'll probably do a lottery anyway," but he had only said that because he knew she didn't want to be vice rep. Which meant Mia had no reason to bring it up cheerfully. And sure enough. So I asked her, would it be okay if Sakura became the vice rep? Her bad feeling was right on target. And then Jinmiya-sensei said, maybe a vote would work too. Everyone's had time to get to know each other since starting school after all. Isn't that great, Sakura? Mia was absolutely convinced Sakura would be thrilled. Sakura wanted to bury her head in her hands, but somehow she held back. "But, can you not do unnecessary things?" She said it, her heart began to pound like a clanging bell. Leaving a stunned Mia behind, she walked out of the classroom without a word. It wasn't that she didn't want to be around Mia. It was more like she wanted to abandon her very existence somewhere far away. Overcome by that impulse, she walked quickly. Section: Audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade Audiobooks. Chapter 6, Too Early for a Brilliant Cut. Sakura tried to convince herself it was all in the past. She was referring to everything that had happened during her middle school years. She had to look away from it all just to preserve her peace of mind, and more importantly, because treating it as a closed chapter was the least she could do to honor Huri, who had stood up for her back then. Even so, there were memories that surfaced uninvited, beyond her control. The wounds from my middle school days must still be growing inside me. They haven't even scabbed over. The edges just tear and spread open again with the slightest provocation. So really, it's not over at all. Lately, Sakura had started to think that way. No matter how far she tried to bury them, the memories never melted away. They always rose back to the surface. She had been assigned, No, forced into the position of vice class rep during the second semester of her second year in middle school. Back then, she had been ostracized and harassed by her classmates. Even her connection with Huri, who shared the same classroom, had become distant. The title of vice class rep might sound like a leadership position, but at the time, Sakura was nowhere near being seen as a representative of the class. There were two reasons her classmates forced the role on her. First, to middle schoolers, classroom duties were just a hassle, completely unrelated to the fun of school life. Being vice rep didn't earn anyone admiration. In short, they simply dumped a bothersome job on her. Second, the role required some level of communication with the rest of the class. By assigning it to the already isolated Sakura, they intended to humiliate her every time she had to interact with someone. Even passing on a basic announcement was a painful ordeal for her. Mustering the courage to speak up only to be ignored was more than she could bear. "You're the vice rep, right? Pull yourself together." The mocking voices of her classmates from back then echoed in the back of her mind. When Otani was chosen as vice rep by lottery after entering high school, Sakura had felt relieved. Otani was the complete opposite of her middle school self, a popular student. Seeing someone so different in that role had made her feel like she could finally leave those memories far behind. But some things could be discarded. Others couldn't. Now, with June drawing to a close, Sakura had to confront a reality she had long avoided. "Mia reminds me of who I used to be in middle school." Mia Hyodori was undoubtedly considered Sakura's closest friend by those around them. Originally, Sakura had no intention of opening up to anyone after entering high school other than her older brother. Even her friend group was just a tool to secure some form of safety in school life, and that perspective hadn't really changed. But even so, it hadn't been coincidence that Mia ended up becoming her best friend. Mia has that innocent openness, that reckless ability to trust others. She has everything I threw away. I've been aware of her since the day we enrolled. Just watching Mia was enough to bring back faint traces of those unpleasant middle school feelings. Still, Sakura pretended not to notice. She couldn't avoid Mia either. To avoid her would mean acknowledging it. That Mia is full of things that terrify me. Truly cowardly people can't even make the decision to run, because even recognizing "I'm running away now" scares them too. It's such a strange feeling. Time has no shape, and it just keeps moving forward. Yet the past still sits inside me with a definite weight. Am I stuck like this, unable to move on? No, that's not it. Surely the door is right nearby. A door that leads to a bright, open future. But it's tightly shut. No matter how much she pushes or pulls, it won't budge. And so everything breezes people, reaches the doorstep, only to be turned away. She had received a shoot schedule proposal from the editors at Veliana. Editing a monthly magazine was hectic work. And with a new model like Sakura, who had become unexpectedly popular despite being a newcomer, it wasn't surprising that the schedule would be tight and demanding. The photo shoot was set for 1 week from now. The location. Sakura didn't want to deal with the job in front of her. It had been several days since Otani, the most popular person in class, took a leave of absence. Soon it would be time to start preparing dinner. Take 90 grams of sliced bacon and cut it into strips about 1 centimeter wide on a cutting board. Next, break apart about 1/3 of a bunch of shimji mushrooms by hand after removing the root ends. Take 2 dried red chilies, pinch off the tips and tear them, then roll the pods to remove the seeds. Toss all of that into a frying pan, add 2 tablespoons of olive oil and about 5 centimeters of garlic paste, then finally turn on the heat. Start with medium heat. Once it begins to sizzle, lower it to a simmer. Even with tube garlic, it's probably best to add it from the beginning. Press the chilies into the oil pooled in the pan like a tiny puddle and let them steep as you sauté. This transfers their aroma into the oil. After sautéing for about 4 minutes, pour 600 milliliters of water directly into the pan. Exactly 600 milliliters. No matter how lazy you feel, this is the one step you must measure properly with a cup. Add 1 consomme cube. Sprinkle in some seasoned salt and pepper, 2 or 3 shakes. Turn the heat back to medium. Once it starts to boil, add 200 grams of pasta directly into the pan. The pasta will quickly soften just enough, so when that happens, Press down around the center with tongs to submerge it evenly. Once the pan starts boiling again after the temperature drop from the pasta, lower the heat. Sakura was now holed up in her room. Until just moments ago, she had been sitting on the sofa. But after realizing that glaring at her phone with a scowl could be done just as easily in her room, she had retreated. It seemed she'd decided not to show her face in the living room until dinner. So, it's a one-pan pasta dish. It might be something like a light soup pasta. The convenience of having fewer dishes to wash is a huge plus. On the other hand, you have to be extra careful with the amount of water used to cook the pasta. Since the boiling water becomes the soup itself, too much makes it watery, and too little makes it overly thick. That's why I was so precise when I measured the water earlier. The type of pasta also matters. In our house, we always use 1.6 pasta with a 7-minute cooking time for this recipe. I'm a little concerned about Sakura. She doesn't seem upset with me or anything. If she's troubled, I wish she'd just talk to me during dinner. Time to prep the starch slurry. 1 tablespoon of potato starch to 2 tablespoons of water. About 20 seconds before the pasta finishes cooking, turn off the heat and stir in the slurry. This gives the consomme soup a subtle thickness, not enough to turn it into a glaze. At this point, it's basically 99% done, but there's one last thing to keep in mind. Don't let the pan reboil. It's natural to want to serve it piping hot, but if you do that, the slightly thickened soup becomes blisteringly hot. Instead, lift the pasta while mixing to incorporate some air and gently cool it down. Done, exactly 7 o'clock p.m. I sensed the door to Sakura's room open while I was still in the kitchen. She took 1 step out and softly muttered, "Smells good." "Sakura, the plates are ready. Can you take them to the dining room?" "Yeah, okay, I'm coming now, pasta, yay." I felt a little relieved. It seemed she wasn't so distressed that she'd lost her appetite. After quickly washing up, I headed to the dining table, where everything was already perfectly set. Taking my seat across from Sakura, another dinner began. Itadakimasu. Right, itadakimasu. Wait, before that. What is it? Sorry for being super needy earlier. Apparently, Sakura wanted to get that off her chest before we started eating. No need to apologize. If something's bothering you, I'll always listen. If it's something the two of us can solve, you can tell me anything. I had only been worried, not annoyed by her attitude. I gave her a small look as I picked up my fork. It was my way of saying, let's talk while we eat. I was glad I went with pasta tonight. It gave a natural excuse to gently prompt the conversation with a "before it gets soggy." As always, it's delicious, Onii-chan. This is like our signature pasta, right? The soft bacon and mushrooms are perfect. The broth draws out a lot of flavor, but it still tastes great. Wait, did you go heavy on the garlic today? Don't laugh, okay? I thought it might help you feel better. It totally does. I feel super recharged. About halfway through the meal, Sakura began to talk about what had been troubling her. She said Veliana had proposed a new shoot location, and it was middle school. Yeah, Onii-chan. Well, that's kind of unusual. Apparently, an old middle school that's been shut down is going to open its campus for one day at the end of the month for alumni. The ward that manages it gave Veliana permission to shoot there as much as they want on that day. That was unexpected. I'd always assumed photo shoots like those happened either out on the street or in a studio. The former gave that natural city stroll appeal, and the latter allowed for high-quality visuals. A school and a middle school at that. In Japan, where uniforms are standard, it seemed like the least fashion-relevant place imaginable. One of the editors told me recently that they want to push Veliana more toward the teen demographic. So now that I'm both in the prime of my teens and gaining popularity, they handed this one to me. I get that, but why middle school? They're not trying to show off uniform styling or anything, right? According to the editor, you know how on cultural festival days or field trip days, students can wear their own clothes to school. Even if it's just your regular outfit, standing in a classroom somehow makes it feel special and exciting. We want to capture that kind of day. I just don't really feel up for it. It was obvious why Sakura didn't want to take the job. The word middle school itself symbolized trauma for her, something she'd rather avoid at all costs. Just the other day, even hearing vice class rep had visibly upset her. I wasn't about to preach some generic line like, It's work, so just deal with it even if it's unpleasant. That'd be idiotic to say to someone that important to me. So then, what should I do? Of course, I had to say something supportive. The question was, what exactly to say? Back in May, when Sakura had run away from home, I had resolved then to accept her no matter how she changed. So if I were to stay true to that, there was only one thing to say. No matter what you decide, Sakura, I'll support you. That's what I thought I should say. But just as I opened my mouth, I stopped. The words I was about to say, they had a kind of safe, pre-packaged feel to them. And for some reason, that really bothered me. Right, what matters most to me is the Sakura of now. Didn't I just realize that this month, after growing closer to Hiyodori-san again? Even knowing that the old Sakura and Hiyodori-san were similar, I wasn't shaken by it. I was proud of that. If I promised to cherish the current Sakura, then what I should value now is the June Sakura. And yet, here I was trying to act like May-me was still enough, ignoring what June-me had experienced. That's why my instincts made me hold back. May-me isn't enough anymore. I need to go further and say what I really feel. But how? Even if I want to go deeper, I can't just say something reckless. There has to be something that will let me express everything I'm thinking and feeling without a single regret, some kind of magic word. For a moment, I closed my eyes. A voice echoed in my mind. The reason I'm still with you, Onii-chan, it's not because you saved me back in middle school anymore. It's because living together every day, sometimes even fighting, just being with you feels so comforting, and day by day, I've slowly started to love you more and more until one day I realized, I want to stay with you forever. Happiness built slowly, one step at a time, love that changes form. That's what Sakura said last month, during her stay at the inn after running away from home. Guided by those words from May's Sakura, I opened my eyes. And there it was, plain as day, an answer resting right in front of me on the June dinner table. This pasta, don't you think it's kind of a weird recipe? I mean, it's not cream-based or anything, but it still has starch in it. You don't usually see something that looks like this, kind of like a pepperoncino, using starch, right? Well, now that you mention it, yeah. Sorry, I'm not trying to change the subject. Please just hear me out. This pasta, it's actually based on another recipe. The original was a regular pepperoncino. You know, a one-pan recipe where you cook everything in one frying pan. I used to make it all the time, for myself, before I started living with you. But after we started living together, I just couldn't make it the same way anymore. Why not? Because I had to start making 2 servings instead of 1. The trick to a good pepperoncino is emulsifying the olive oil. And if you try to do that in a one-pan method, the amount of water you use to boil the pasta becomes crucial. You sauté the garlic and chili in olive oil, then add water directly into the same pan and boil the pasta in it. But unless the amount of water left after evaporation and absorption is just right, it won't emulsify well with the oil at the end. And even if I knew there was too much water halfway through, I didn't want to dump it out. I'd be throwing out the garlic and chili flavors too. But if I added more water because it felt short, the noodles would overcook while waiting for it to reboil. That's why, with a one-pan pepperoncino, you really have to get the initial water amount spot on. Sounds like trying to do everything in one pan, just made it more complicated. I'd rather deal with extra thinking than add another dish to wash. Plus, using 2 pots for a recipe that started as one pan would feel like admitting defeat, and that bugged me. So after a lot of experimenting, I gave up on emulsifying and thickened it with starch instead. Kind of a shortcut, but it turned out pretty tasty in its own way. I picked up my fork, twirled the pasta, and took a bite. This flavor never would have existed if I hadn't met you, Sakura. Even if I'd met someone else and had to make pepperoncino for 2, I'm sure the result would have tasted different. Honestly, if I really put my mind to it now, I could probably come up with an even sharper recipe. Now for the main point. I totally forgot this pasta even had an original version. It's like this recipe, the one we're eating now, was the only one that ever existed. I've been making it casually all this time, but when I think about it, that's a pretty amazing thing. A dish I only came up with because I met you, something we now enjoy together, that's what I'm trying to say. Maybe life is kind of the same. Wow, we jumped from the dining table to the meaning of life real quick. When 2 things meet, Something new is created without either of them realizing it. And before you know it, it becomes part of your everyday life. Then, at some unexpected moment, you remember to appreciate it. That's when you realize, maybe change isn't such a bad thing. That's what June was like for us, I think. For us. Yeah, I know you've been struggling a bit lately with how to interact with Hiyodori-san, but meeting her here at this school definitely wasn't a mistake. You might not be able to see it yet, but something good has already come from it. Even Mamasaka-san said the other day that thanks to you, she had a really nice moment with Akino-san. Mamasaka-san, because of me. Why? I don't know the details. But I can say this. Even if you feel like your days are just passing by as usual, the people who meet you, bit by bit, you help change them for the better. Honestly, even the fact that I'm saying all this right now, that's your fault. My fault? Remember the other day? Kikutaro was crying outside the station, and you stepped in, right? That situation only settled peacefully because of you. I was so ashamed of myself. My friend was crying, and I couldn't even find the right words to say. But in that moment, I realized, I can't stay like this. That's why I'm stepping forward now, too, for you. I see. And hey, remember the shaved ice machine? The one we were talking about at the start of the month. Whether to buy it or not. Yeah, back then, you guessed I was hesitating because of my cooking pride as the house chef. Yeah, but I think that wasn't it. Now that June is almost over, I can admit it honestly. The truth is, I think I was just feeling lonely about how famous you're becoming as a model. That's why I kept hesitating to buy it. I didn't want you to become more well-known. Wait, seriously. Don't get me wrong. I've always supported your modeling wholeheartedly. But at the same time, the thought of the Sakura who used to be just mine going further and further away, it made me feel kind of lonely, I guess. I could feel my face turning red. But I didn't stop talking. I couldn't. Anyway, I was basically driving with my foot on the gas and the brake at the same time, but I'm done with that. To put an end to the pathetic version of myself from June, I'm taking my foot off the brake. There was something I had to say clearly. Sakura, you can't turn down that shoot. You're still a rookie, it'd be ridiculous to pass up a chance like that. It's definitely something that'll help you grow. I'll support you with everything I've got. You're going to be fine. Everything's going to work out, because you've thought about this so hard and tried your best. For a moment, Sakura and I just looked at each other. I don't know if I managed to convey everything I felt, everything in my heart. But at the very least, please, let her understand just how much I care about her. The pasta in front of us was getting soggy. If a school isn't being used for education, is it just an empty box with no purpose? No more than a box. I'd almost call it a corpse. The countless students who once enrolled, studied, and graduated from here were like its lifeblood. Now that there's no flow, the place is no longer alive, it's a concrete corpse. Mia had returned to the middle school she graduated from just a few months earlier. It was a strange feeling. The size of the campus wasn't all that different from her current high school, but everything her eyes landed on looked just a little smaller than when she was a middle schooler walking those same halls. After the school's closure was finalized and Mia's grade graduated, the remaining students were transferred to a nearby middle school. Since then, this place had been off limits. But today, Sunday, the school was being opened to the public just for one day, as a sort of farewell before it was officially torn down. It's not like I'm attached to this school or have any fond memories of it. So why did I spend my precious day off coming here? The area was crowded, mostly with alumni and former students. Earlier, Mia had compared the school to a corpse, but if that analogy held, then right now it was like a zombie, temporarily revived for just this moment. I guess I just really needed to clear my head. Ever since Sakura said, "Could you not interfere?" The other day, it's been hurting. I've never felt anything like this before. She walked down the hallway and opened the door to class 3-3, the room she'd attended every day just a few months ago. Maybe, for the first time since graduating, I wanted to go back to being my old self. The version of me from before I met Sakura, back in middle school. Inside the classroom were only adults, clearly older alumni. A middle-aged couple was chatting warmly. Look at that, there's a TV. We didn't have one of those in every classroom when we went here. Now what? Mia felt lost. She had made the trip, but this wasn't the kind of space where she could really lose herself in nostalgia or reflection. It was still morning. She walked to the front of the classroom and stood with her back to the blackboard. I've kinda lost the mood for this, not like I'm feeling, well, since I'm here, might as well look around, either. Just coming here wore me out. Maybe I'll just sit and rest a bit. But if she stayed here too long, she'd inevitably run into an old classmate. After all, Mia's grade had only just graduated. There weren't nostalgic feelings yet, but that might make it more likely for people to casually drop by. Today, she really didn't want to see anyone she knew. It was frustrating. Even if she just sat and played with her phone, it would feel awkward among the cheerful groups of alumni reconnecting all around her. Whoa, Mia. Long time no see. The voice came from the left entrance of the classroom, just out of Mia's blind spot. She reacted a moment late. It was Morisawa. She didn't wonder why she was here. Morisawa was a graduate too, so it wasn't the least bit strange for her to show up. And as usual, she wasn't alone. She had 2 girls with her, clearly hangers-on, though not the same ones as when they had bumped into each other near the station. These 2 were girls Mia knew well, former classmates she had shared this very room with, not that they'd been close. Morisawa had been the queen bee of this classroom back in 3rd year. Apparently, those friendships still held. Hello, Morisawa-san. Though it hasn't been that long, right? We just saw each other the other day near the station, and thanks to that, I remembered today's event and decided to come. Oh, so it's all thanks to me. That's like so amazing. Morisawa exaggerated her delight without even bothering to hide the act. There was clear mockery in her tone. But you came alone? Mia, that's kind of sad, don't you think? Right. She looked to her 2 followers for support. They smiled politely, clearly playing along. Judging from their expressions, they hadn't come because they were still friends with Morisawa. More likely, they'd been dragged here. Just like the school itself had been temporarily revived for one day, so had these girls returned as Morisawa's accessories, just for today. Mia regarded them all with cool, steady eyes. And she knew that it was that gaze that always rubbed Morisawa the wrong way. It wasn't that she wanted to anger her. But Mia wasn't so skilled that she could hold a conversation while avoiding someone's gaze just because it made them uncomfortable. Morisawa clicked her tongue, exaggerated again. Since you don't seem to get it, let me spell it out for you. At events like these, reunion-type things, only students who were liked should come. You know, people who were fun to be around. It's kinda obnoxious when gloomy or boring people show up. People like us, who had a ton of friends and were popular, want to come back and soak in that hole. Ah, those were the days feeling. But if someone like you is here, it ruins the mood. Don't taint our precious memories, okay? I see, thanks for telling me. Hi. I'll head out now. She could have just walked out in silence, but it wasn't in Mia's nature to do that without at least saying something. Still, that attitude of yours is so annoying. Morisawa clearly despised that about her. Back in our 3rd year, no matter how much we talked about you behind your back, insulted you to your face, yanked your hair when you passed by, or threw your pencil case out a 2nd-story window, you never flinched. You always wore that blank face, just reported it to the teacher like a formality. And when the teacher did nothing, you didn't even seem upset. Why? Why do you always act like your own little world is all that matters? Even now, it's like the rest of us here don't mean anything to you. Because you don't, Mia's heart cooled. Is it bad that, in moments like this, I don't get angry? Does that make me broken somehow? She raised one hand, not planning to hit, just instinctively. The motion was sharper than expected, and Morisawa and her girls flinched. People nearby started to murmur, "What's going on?" Mia felt like she could bring her hand down, or not. She wasn't sure. She glanced toward the back of the classroom, and there, unexpectedly, stood someone she never imagined would be there. So unexpected that it felt like a hallucination. She didn't gasp, didn't shout. Just softly called her name, Sakura. Sunday, Sakura had arrived at an old middle school with her agency manager, the Veliana editor, and a photography crew. The editor had pitched this as a way to appeal more to a teenage demographic. After discussing it with her brother, Huri, Sakura had finally agreed to take the job. Can't believe I'm being given such a niche shoot only a month into my modeling debut. They arrived at the location early in the morning. The school had already been closed down. Today, the ward had granted it special permission to open to the public, hence the crowds. Because the school no longer served an educational purpose, The filming permit had been approved quickly. But in exchange, the ward insisted it could only be used on this one public day. They had decided to wait until the crowd thinned out before borrowing a classroom for the shoot. With some time to kill, Sakura had been wandering the school grounds when she happened to glance into a classroom and saw someone unexpected. It was Mia. She seemed to be getting cornered by 3 girls near the blackboard. It looked like trouble. One of the girls harassing Mia had a particularly loud voice, so even from outside the classroom door, Sakura could pick up on what was going on. Steeling herself, Sakura decided to intervene. She entered through the back door of the classroom. Sakura. Mia noticed her immediately. Her voice wasn't desperate or pleading, and that alone reassured Sakura for the moment. She began walking toward Mia. Her legs felt like they might give out, but she fought to keep them steady. What is this? It's like I've stepped into a nightmare. The layout of this middle school classroom was nothing like her own from back then. Those 3 girls surrounding Mia, it's like the malice that used to circle me in middle school has come back in physical form. And Mia, she looks just like I used to. Back then, when I couldn't do anything alone against all the hostility. I don't want to see this. I don't want to touch it. I want to run away. Her heart thudded in an unpleasant rhythm. She almost stopped in her tracks. She needed courage, so she looked down. Her eyes fell on the outfit she was wearing. A green outer jacket, short denim bottoms, street style. The shadow from her cap's brim followed her movements. This was only the 2nd time she'd worn this outfit in her life. It was exactly what she'd worn in her debut shoot for the May issue of Veliana. Not long ago, the editor-in-chief had gifted her the full outfit to commemorate her debut. So it was no longer work attire. It was now part of her personal wardrobe. Up until now, she'd been too embarrassed to wear the exact same clothes she'd appeared in on the magazine cover out in public. Even in private, she had hesitated. And yet today, she chose to wear it here, because it was a declaration of her commitment to her work, her battle outfit. By wearing the outfit she debuted in, Sakura had wanted to remind herself of who she was becoming. I'm Sakura Kozuki, a strong woman. Her legs stopped trembling. She walked toward Mia without hesitation now. Even among the general visitors, who likely didn't recognize her, people sighed and stared as she passed, drawn in by her undeniable presence. See, this aura hits different, doesn't it? Now, what should she say to Mia? Mia was still staring at her, wide-eyed. She was probably still trying to process why Sakura was even here. And Sakura, too, hadn't yet figured out why Mia was here. Maybe she was a graduate of this school, but before Sakura could speak to her, someone else unexpectedly shouted first. Kaya. Oh my god, it's really Sakura Kozuki. Sakura froze in place, startled. The voice came from one of the girls who had been pestering Mia. Forgetting Mia and her own friends, the girl rushed toward Sakura. I've been buying Veliana every month for ages, and now I've been watching Sakura-chan super closely. The first time I saw your photo, I was like, whoa, there's a super cute girl in my favorite mag. And then you blew up, and I was like, wait. I was a fan first, and it was so frustrating. Apparently, she was a Veliana reader. I'm Morisawa. Oh my god, I'm so happy. Coming back to my old school was so worth it. Morisawa spoke rapidly, not even giving her 2 companions a chance to jump in. It was clear she didn't want to share Sakura's attention. Her greed to monopolize this moment was obvious. Morisawa, huh? So you're the one. Sakura murmured under her breath. That name rang a bell. No doubt about it, Huri had mentioned it recently. She was the girl who had caused trouble for him and Mia outside the station. Sakura-chan, I really admire you, so I just wanted to saw. Admire me, huh? Sakura coldly cut her off, freezing the atmosphere in the room. The tension spread, and everyone stared, holding their breath. So you admire me? Yeah, that's why. You think I'm some girl who brags about all the petty stuff she did in school. Whispering behind classmates' backs, insulting them to their faces, pulling their hair as they walked by, oh yeah, and throwing their pencil case out a 2nd-story window. That's the kind of person you think I am. Admiring someone means learning from their life and trying to be like them, right? Just how low must your opinion of me be if you think that's what you should be learning? W8, Sakura-chan, hold on. I heard everything you said earlier. From the hallway, it was a miracle Morisawa didn't collapse right then and there. The shock that struck her was plain for all to see. But it probably wasn't Sakura's words that hurt her most. It was the humiliation of being called out by a celebrity in front of her friends. Sakura turned toward Mia, then, "Mia, eeps eep, aye." She threw herself at Mia's waist in a big hug. "What are you freaking out about, Mia? This is our usual distance, isn't it? You were the one clinging to me, just like this the other day, talking about how you wanted to become my cardigan or whatever. WL yeah, but I mean, I've hugged you before, sure, but you've never done it back. I know exactly how someone who admires me chooses to live. I see her every day. She gives me strength every day." And with a pointed glare, "Someone like you, I'll never acknowledge you." While hugging Mia, Sakura declared her words to Morisawa. The entire classroom fell silent. After Morisawa and her group meekly left the room, Sakura turned to the surrounding visitors and quietly apologized. Sorry for the noise. She had tried to get permission to bring Mia along to the photo shoot, but, as expected, the magazine side didn't approve it. By the time Sakura finally started shooting in one of the classrooms they'd managed to reserve, Mia spent the remaining time wandering around the school. When she first arrived, Mia had thought of the school, now devoid of students, as nothing more than a corpse. But as she passed by people inside, their warm and nostalgic expressions gradually shifted her view. Sakura's shoot came to an end. Originally, she was supposed to be driven home by car, but instead, she turned down the ride from her manager and chose to go back with Mia. On the way to the nearest station, used by all the students in this area, Mia and Sakura found themselves standing face to face in a small park. They had only passed through because it was quicker to cut through this park. But when Sakura stopped walking, Mia stopped as well. From the moment they left the school until now, Mia and Sakura had walked in silence. Just as Mia had started thinking, "I don't want to board the train like this," Sakura came to a stop, and Mia felt relieved. Since Sakura had paused to create a space for conversation, Mia felt it was up to her to speak first. "About the other day, I'm sorry." She meant the day she had suggested to the teacher that they hold an election for the vice class rep, hoping to push the role onto Sakura. It was a decision that had completely ignored Sakura's feelings. Can you not do unnecessary things? That one line Sakura had spoken that day, in that single rejection, was a condensation of something dark she had never shown anyone at school before, and likely never meant to. Scorn, contempt, cruelty. Mia, back in middle school, some stuff happened that really hurt me. Stuff that hurt. Yeah, just saying this much already makes me feel like crying. Mia hesitated, unsure how to respond. Sakura had said she felt like crying, but to Mia, she didn't look anywhere near tears. Honestly, I wasn't excited about today's job at all, but I'm really glad I came. I got to help you. Thank you. I didn't know what to do, so I was really happy. The way you helped me in that classroom today, Sakura, you were seriously cool. Like you dribbled past 3 defenders and scored a goal, that kind of cool. Huh? What does that mean? Oh, sorry, I was trying to compare your coolness to soccer. I've been studying a little lately. Studying? It's probably just my own assumption, but the other day, when I was talking to Kazami-kun, he gave me this look like, "You're close with Otani and you still don't get soccer references." It was kinda embarrassing. I mean, having a close friend who loves soccer and not even knowing the basics, I thought, yeah, that's not a great look. Otani's gone now, but we still keep in touch by phone. It's not too late, right? Ahem. WL anyway. You were insanely cool today, Sakura, and I'm super grateful. I'm a model, so wearing clothes is my job, but when it's time to roll up my sleeves, I will. Ahaha, what is that supposed to mean? Oh, right, that outfit you're wearing now. Isn't it the same one from your debut in last month's Feliana? Oh, this? Yeah, the editor-in-chief gave it to me as a debut gift. So it's not a costume anymore, it's my actual outfit. Like I said earlier, I wasn't feeling today's job, so I wore it to psych myself up. Last month, Mia had spotted Sakura in Veliana wearing this exact same outfit and got completely giddy. She even cut out the page with Sakura's photo, laminated it, and stuck it up at the back of their classroom, making a huge fuss. At the time, she'd told Sakura, "It's like you jumped right out of the magazine." And today, that had come true. "I don't mind being your friend, Mia." Like a confession of love. Suddenly, Sakura said it. Mia realized then just how painful those words really were. With just one line, like a master actress, Sakura made Mia understand everything. Up until now, even Mia, the person closest to her, had never truly been let into her heart. Mia, if the whole world turned against me, would you still be on my side? Oh, of course I would. What if all of Japan abandoned me? Totally. That's obvious. Then, what if the whole Kanto region started chasing me for a crime I didn't commit? I guess I'd hide you at my house. What if I were all alone in Tokyo? If I wasn't the popular girl at school anymore, would you still come with me? Sakura. What if I was completely isolated in class? What a beautiful friend I have. Mia thought that from the bottom of her heart. They say good clothes choose the wearer. But right now, even the wind and the evening sun seemed to be choosing Sakura. Mia felt it. The door had opened. The invisible door inside Sakura's heart. There was no room for lies here. I'll stay with you forever. I'll stay with you forever. Sakura didn't yet know how to respond to those words. Today, I overcame something from my past. There was no doubt about it. Those girls who were picking on Mia today, it was like the fear that used to surround me in middle school appeared again. And Mia, she looked just like the old me. Had Mia noticed that Sakura's legs had trembled just a little when she ran toward her from the back of the classroom? Even so, I managed to walk toward her. That's when I realized I had someone I admired too. I wanted to be like my brother, who helped Mia that day near the station. Like my brother, who saved me back in middle school. I wanted to become someone who could help others. And by helping Mia today, I was able to save myself too. By the way, Sakura, it kinda sounded like you knew who Morisawa-san was. Did you hear it from Kazami-kun? Why, yeah, so what? I was kinda stuck thinking about what happened that day, when you and the Otaku guy brought back my phone after I left it in the classroom. So a few days later, I secretly called him behind the school after class and made him tell me everything, okay. So what? Ahaha, it's funny. It wasn't you getting called out, but you calling out a guy behind the school. That's pretty rare, huh? Mia laughed, then looked at Sakura with a soft, warm expression. Sakura, you changed me. Just by being someone I could meet. Just like Onii-chan said, by meeting people, I can help change them for the better. I should have more confidence in myself. You know, I was never good with Morisawa-san. Of course she wasn't. Telling someone to like a person who openly harasses you like that, it's impossible. Yeah, Mia really is like the old me. She probably went through something similar in middle school, just like I did. When I look at Morisawa-san, it makes me feel like there's something wrong with the way I am. A damp breeze swept through for a moment. Sakura lightly held her cap in place, worried it might get blown off. In front of her, Mia's long hair swayed heavily. Mia gently touched the choker she always wore around her neck, almost as if there were a hidden function embedded in it, like some kind of biometric lock about to be released. The moment Mia's fingers brushed it so deliberately, Sakura suddenly saw the choker as a collar. Meeting you brought me back to life, Sakura. Until then, I think I was basically dead. What do you mean? Before I entered high school, I was always alone. I didn't have any friends. Mia spoke in a relaxed, casual tone, completely different from how Sakura always hesitated to talk about her middle school days. The thing is, I never really minded it. Total opposite. I didn't feel anything. Even when people talked behind my back or hid my stuff, I just thought of it like, I don't know, losing your hat to the wind or stubbing your toe on a dresser. Annoying, painful, sure, but nothing worth making a big deal about. And it probably wasn't a lie. It didn't sound like bravado either. On the flip side, I never felt a special attachment to anyone either. I guess I kind of vaguely liked my mom and dad, but that was it. Whether people liked me or hated me, it didn't matter. It never got through to me. But in third year of middle school, when I ended up in the same class as Morisawa-san, something changed. It wasn't her hostility that bothered me. But you felt it today in the classroom too, right, Sakura? She's just so desperate. Like she's stuffed full of emotions. I want to look strong. I don't want to be hated. I won't be looked down on. That kind of frantic intensity. Being in the same room with someone like that makes you start doubting yourself. Like maybe you're the weird one for being too emotionless. Mia's middle school experience. It was one answer to the peaceful life Sakura had long desired. Unshaken by malice, content being alone, steady and unbothered. But when I met you, Sakura, I changed. I've never liked someone so much before. It's amazing, just being with you makes the whole world feel bigger. I start caring about other people I never gave a second thought to before. Meeting you was like coming back to life after being dead." As she listened, Sakura was stunned. Mia had already reached the peaceful, secure state of being that Sakura had long chased after. But even more shocking, Sakura didn't feel the slightest bit of envy toward what Mia had just described. If it had been before June, she would have felt jealousy stronger than admiration. But now, she felt nothing like that. "I've changed too. It's only been a few months since I started high school, but I've been through so much and now I'm sure of it. For me, peace of mind comes when I push through something difficult, when I face fear and overcome it. Like when I encouraged Kikutaro-kun in that alley the other day, like when I stepped in to help Mia earlier today. Those are the moments I need to collect, one by one. That's my path to a peaceful life. I'm glad I got to hear the reason why you like me, Mia. Thanks for listening. Let's get even closer from here on out, okay?" Sakura and Mia finally left the park. They walked side by side to the station, both wondering whether holding hands might be going too far. As they neared the station, Sakura felt her stomach rumble. She glanced around casually and noticed a familiar sign. "Oh, it's Bapara. You know this burger place, Sakura. Now that I think about it, I never went here even once in middle school. There's actually one near our high school, too." She was about to say more but stopped herself, remembering that her brother and his friends often used that location as their hangout spot. She decided to keep it secret. "Hey Mia, wanna stop by?" But Sakura, you don't eat much, right? I mean, you're a model, it makes sense. You barely touch fast food, even at things like Otani-kun's farewell karaoke party." That's true. Then how about this? As a celebration of our new friendship, let me show you just how much I really love food. Aoashi, final episode. A twisted project to create the ultimate soccer player by pitting zombie girls against one another. The Blue Cremation Field Plan. The mastermind behind it all, the necromancer, who, unbelievably, turned out to be the protagonist Mai Sekai's acquaintance from when she was alive. Back when she was still human, Mai Sekai was a dream-filled high school girl. On top of that, she was incredibly gifted. When she tried to become an idol, she advanced far into auditions. When she set her sights on being a lawyer, she aced mock exams. When she wanted to be a boxer, her right hook was legendary. The boy who would one day become the necromancer had always been watching her from behind. "Back when you were alive, you were my hope. Just watching you chase your dreams gave me the strength to keep living. Before reviving you as a zombie, I erased your memories. I was convinced your talent would become even greater that way. Your gift is the ability to become your ideal self, moment by moment. In a memoryless state, starved for identity, if you came into contact with other geniuses, and above all, soccer, then you'd visualize your ideal self even more vividly. And in every match, whenever you faced a desperate situation, you would overcome every wall, shooting, dribbling, passing, and instantly embody your ideal self on the field. You kept making miracles, but as he continued watching the human Mai, the boy realized something. She wasn't full of dreams, she was searching for one. Despite her talents and her ability to embody her ideals at will, nothing in this world had ever truly captivated her. At the Idol audition finals, she deliberately angered the judges and got herself disqualified. Even after scoring high on mock exams, she never took the actual bar. Her so-called golden right was only ever used on sandbags. It never once struck another person in a boxing ring. Mai always had a distant, cold look in her eyes. Eventually, the boy found himself wishing more than anything for her to discover something she could truly care about. Then one day, she fell down a manhole and died, just like that. Unable to accept her death, the boy became a necromancer. The Blue Cremation Field Plan was, in truth, a ritual created solely to bring Mai back. Every other participant was just a pawn. Why soccer? Because the very last dream Mai had been reaching for before she died was to become a soccer player. I wanted to give you something to be passionate about and a second life at the same time. In the final episode, the necromancer confesses everything to Mai, who has regained her memories from when she was alive. And then, the last match. A showdown between all of the strongest zombie girls in the Blue Cremation Field. The remaining 11x2 equals 22 players. After the game, Mai Sekai was chosen as MVP by vote from the other girls. As a result, she alone earned the right to return to life as a human, but Mai refused that choice. Instead, she deliberately triggered the ignition on her collar and disappeared from this world. The necromancer broke down in tears. What Mai imagined in her final moments was a future where every other zombie girl on the field returned to life as a human. Receiving Mai's final ideal, the blue cremation field brought about a miracle. The other girls successfully regained their human bodies. Mai's final words: "Thank you, it was the first time I'd ever been so passionate about something. In this blue cremation field, I really was alive." And the craziest thing is, the entire final episode was anime original. The manga's still ongoing, and yet the anime just went and wrapped everything up. Tsunakichi said during our usual lunch break, visibly moved. I'd also been floored by that final episode, so I jumped into the conversation immediately. Yeah, it really surprised me. My Sekai's ability hasn't even been revealed yet in the manga, right? Think the manga'll follow the anime's lead from now on? I mean, it's based on a popular series and all, so ending it like this kind of ruins any chance of a season 2, right? What are they planning? The last episode's script was solid though. I think it'll be fine. From what I saw online, people who started with the anime generally loved it. The manga fans, not so much. I definitely cried. It was seriously good, like props to them. It was rare for Tsunakichi to give such unreserved praise, so naturally. But still, there it was. My Sekai's power is basically, she can do any cool move she imagines, right? Isn't that kinda broken? All the other characters have powers that are just exaggerated versions of real soccer skills, right? But then the main character gets a straight-up supernatural ability. Doesn't that kind of undermine the world-building Aoashi worked so hard to establish? It doesn't. A voice cut in Kikutaro had just returned to the classroom and joined the conversation. It was unusual for him to butt in like this. He normally spoke calmly and kept his thoughts to himself. My Sekai's ability is still grounded in real soccer techniques. Her power is essentially image training. When people think of image training, they usually imagine something like picturing themselves winning a game, positive thinking stuff. But in modern sports, it's more specific. You picture an exact play and imagine how your muscles move. Athletes usually rely on repetition to improve. Repeating the same motions allows the brain to store the sequence in a structure called an internal model. Once that model's built, the brain can reproduce the movement unconsciously and instantly during a match. That's how we improve. And it turns out you can strengthen that internal model through mental visualization alone, without physically moving, if your brain is in an active state. Usually, it's recommended to imagine your favorite player's moves to help make the imagery more concrete. But my Sekai, she created infinite versions of her ideal self in her mind and relentlessly pursued them. That made her even more efficient at generating internal models than someone visualizing a real player. That's the true nature of the ability she showed throughout the anime, those bursts of sudden skill. Even though she had talent, her life while she was alive was empty and hollow. But in the blue cremation field, she realized that her true source of admiration had always existed within herself. Not just in soccer, admiration itself is a powerful weapon. I think that's what Aoashi wanted to express. You watched Aoashi, Kikutaro. I did Aori-kun. I watched the whole thing on Sunday and it was amazing. Hearing that made me smile. It sounded like Kikutaro had a great weekend. Just then, Sakura passed by our group. She was walking at a suspiciously slow pace, like a cartoon character trying to eavesdrop, so Tsunakichi, unable to resist, called out, "Kuzuki-san." To be fair, she looked odd enough that anyone would have mistaken her for having business with us. Hey there, nerds. Today's homeroom after class is finally when they'll pick the new vice class rep, huh? I heard Mary-chan still hasn't decided whether it'll be by lottery or vote, haha. Anyway, I'll be off now. Sakura, she must have noticed we were talking about the final episode of Aoashi, and was trying to listen in. Kikutaro let out a deep sigh, but there was no frustration in it. It felt more like he was steadying himself, like a calm breath before doing something important. He took out his phone and started tapping, then turned to Ash from this blue cremation field. The PV for the anime Aoashi started playing, its audio echoing throughout the room. It didn't seem like Kikutaro had simply forgotten to mute it. Sakura stopped in her tracks and looked back at us, just as Kikutaro intended. He wanted to stop her, so he deliberately pulled a stunt like this, something flashy, something that stood out in the classroom. Not like him at all, but the awkwardness of not being able to call out to her directly, that, if anything, was exactly like Kikutaro. I have a lot of respect for anime characters, he began. No matter what the series, or which character it is, I believe there's always a creator's philosophy behind them. That's why I don't want to reduce them to something simplistic with just a careless word. That's my own form of respect for the people who make these works. So, what I'm about to say is my honest feeling, but I want you to know it's also a special one-time comment, just for today. Blushing slightly, Kikutaro pointed to the screen in his hands. I think it's really sexy. His voice was small, almost a whisper, but we all heard it clearly. And as if drawn in by those words, Sakura slowly walked back toward us. Then she leaned in to look at Kikutaro's phone. She'd probably seen this PV dozens of times already. She knew these characters. She'd likely replayed that opening theme over and over. Yet now, she watched it all again as if it were the very first time. Silently, she nodded over and over, taking it all in. Then, yeah, it's sexy. They're all cute, and yeah, it really is sexy, she said, looking truly happy. Radiantly so. In that moment, I happened to glance over at Kikutaro's face. And what I saw there was a miracle. It was as if all the praise and recognition Kikutaro should have received when he scored that goal back in middle school, every bit of it with interest, had come flooding back to him now, right here. Even I, just standing beside him, could feel it. The joy and pride that once seemed lost forever were now filling Kikutaro completely. Because Sakura looked so genuinely delighted, Hiyodori-san came over too, asking, "What's going on? What are you guys talking about?" Maybe because she'd recently reclassified me from enemy to friend, Hiyodori-san might start casually joining our group like this more often. Thinking back, so much had happened this past month. Time never stops. It flows endlessly, always forward. And we, like raw gemstones or rolling soccer balls, keep tumbling forward with it. Epilogue, additional time. It was just about the end of lunch break. Standing outside the classroom door was a male student, Otani-Ikiru. He had announced his temporary withdrawal from school just recently and had been grandly sent off to join a prestigious program with the National Soccer Association. He had just completed his reinstatement procedures in the faculty office. Starting tomorrow, he would once again attend this school every day, both to study and play soccer. The reason he came back was simple. He joined the program, only to quickly drop out and be sent packing. He couldn't keep up with the level of the other participants. Even though Otani had full confidence he wouldn't lose to just any other U18 player, he was still a fresh high school first year. Among the participants, he was the only one in his first year. And when you're in your teens, even a 1 or 2 year difference is huge. Compared to the others, Otani was overwhelmingly lacking in both skill and resolve. How lame. That one phrase summed up his current situation perfectly. His friends had thrown him a farewell party and everything, and now he had to come back with his tail between his legs. He hadn't had the guts to tell anyone behind that door that he was coming back, until today. He forced himself to push through the door. At first, when his classmates saw him, they looked as if they were seeing a ghost, but they welcomed him back warmly. Even after he explained why he'd come back, no one mocked him or called him pathetic. Instead, everyone said things like, "It's amazing you got to be in that program at all," offering him kind words. He did wonder why everyone seemed so relaxed even though the bell had already rung. But when he saw the big word, self-study, written on the blackboard, it all made sense. Apparently, the 5th period was supposed to be math, but their teacher, Mr. Kiyosaki, had left early to be with his wife for the birth of their child. She'd been having a difficult labor recently, and this wasn't the first time in June that Mr. Kiyosaki had left early to accompany her to the maternity hospital. According to what someone had overheard in the faculty office, everything had gone smoothly today, and they'd had a healthy baby girl. The news of a new life being born, hearing that right after returning to school, helped Otani relax a little. Then he realized there were still friends he hadn't said hello to. He looked around the classroom and spotted Kuzuki and Hiyodori in the corner. They were 2 of the most important friends he'd made here, and there was no way he could skip out on giving them a proper, "Hey, let's keep being friends moment. But Kozuki and Hiyodori were chatting with a rather unusual group. Standing with them were Kazami, Rokuhara, and Kyuru. Otani had always found Kyuru Tsunakichi a bit hard to deal with. Not that Kyuru himself or anyone in the class had ever noticed. It wasn't because of Kyuru's personality or his weird name. Kyuru himself had done nothing wrong. It was because of something that had happened when they first entered the school. Something small, something others would consider completely trivial. Back in April, Otani had accidentally bumped into Kyuru due to his own carelessness. In the moment, he'd said, "Kyuru-kun, your arms and legs are really long. If you were a defender, I bet it'd be hard for a forward to turn on you." And the second he said it, he knew he'd screwed up. Back in middle school, Otani had been so obsessed with soccer that he'd often brought it up even with people who weren't interested in sports, and it had backfired more than once. He'd promised himself that he wouldn't act like that in high school, and yet, just like he feared, the reaction from the friends who were there, especially the girls, wasn't great. In short, he'd embarrassed himself right off the bat. It was a small thing, but even now, thinking about it made his scalp prickle with second-hand shame. Since then, every time he saw Kyuru, he'd been left with this indescribable awkwardness. Still, Otani walked up to the five of them and smiled, saying, "I'm back. Starting today, let's get along again." All five of them greeted him warmly with, "We were waiting for you." As he wondered, how did this group even form? Did they get close while I was gone? Kazami turned to him and asked a question. "Actually, since you're here, I wanted to ask something. It's about goals in soccer. Why is it that goalkeepers tend to keep their center of gravity lower than other players?" Soccer talk. Otani didn't show it on his face, but he was panicking internally. If he answered Kazami's question too eagerly, he might mess up again. But then he noticed something that surprised him. Kozuki, Hiyodori, and the others were all looking at him with genuine curiosity and interest. These were classmates who, over the course of June, had learned a bit more about soccer's rules. Afterward, life, after all, is a continuous cycle of destruction and rebirth. Scrap, 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 and sometimes build. Just where exactly are we rolling off to? Hello, this is Tomo Shirano. Out of nowhere, I'd like to share a story from when I was in my second year of high school about a sports test, also known as a physical fitness test or athletic assessment. One of the events at the time was, the handball throw. That event where you see how far you can throw a ball. I wonder if they still do that. I was pretty confident in that one. Every year, I always got good results on the sports test. So, during the sports test in my second year of high school, I was determined to show off a little and tossed the ball, whoosh. While I was basking in my own smugness, thinking, another great throw, this one thing I'm seriously good at, an incident occurred. The PE teacher called me out, saying, "You can't throw like that." I had no idea what I was doing wrong. The teacher explained, "You're swinging your arm around and using centrifugal force. That's not allowed. You have to push the ball forward using your whole arm." I was shocked. I'd been throwing the ball that way in every sports test up until then, and no one had ever said anything. Even now, when I look it up online, I can't find any specific rule about throwing form, so maybe it was a local rule unique to my school or region. I'm not sure local rules are even a thing when it comes to sports tests. When I looked around, I saw my friends giving me looks that said, "So Shirano finally got called out, huh?" To my surprise, they'd apparently known all along that my form was wrong and just never said anything. Probably because it was too much trouble to point it out. So I pleaded with the teacher. "Sensei, I'm already a second year, right? The sports test is only once a year, so including this one, I've only got 2 left in high school. So what? Can't I just keep going with this throwing style till the end?" No. From there, I must have thrown that ball over 10 times. It's hard to break a habit once it's ingrained. I kept throwing the ball while the teacher kept yelling, "Centrifugal force. That's centrifugal force." The other students looked at me like, "Wait, she's in her second year and still learning how to throw a ball." What? Eventually, I finally managed to get a pass, but after that, my friends roasted me hard. I remember feeling pretty miserable. After all, I just realized that the one event I thought I was good at I actually sucked at. Fine, I'm the clown today, I thought bitterly. But then one of my friends said something odd. Still, it's not just Shirano, we're kind of to blame too. At first, I had no idea what they meant. We were in the same middle school as Shirano, right? We did the sports tests together a bunch of times. We all noticed Shirano's form was off every single time, but we just ignored it because it was easier. If we'd said something back in middle school, maybe she wouldn't have had to embarrass herself like this today. Naturally, I seized the opportunity to say, right, so it's your fault too. But I got immediately shut down with a don't get cocky. Even now, remembering that day is exhausting, both mentally and physically. I really was living a sports manga protagonist moment back then. I'm sure serious athletes would yell at me for saying that, but come on, it was totally sports brodeg energy. I still wonder why that friend defended me. Not that it was some heartfelt, noble rescue, they were just casually chatting like always. And now I wonder, can I even throw things properly anymore? Come to think of it, I haven't seriously thrown anything in ages. I think I still have the muscle and coordination to play casual catch at least. I considered trying to throw something, but quickly realized, doing that in a normal living space is way too risky. Hypothetically, if I were to throw something again, would I still rely on centrifugal force? Or would I instinctively use the form my old PE teacher drilled into me? What even is normal? I don't know anymore. The standard I thought of as normal feels so fragile now, all it takes is a moment, and everything you believed in falls apart. Even while writing this afterward, my trust in the concept of normal has completely crumbled. In other words, it's been destroyed. So next, I have to aim for rebirth. For the sake of my own peace of mind, I have to rebuild my own sense of normal. Because like I said at the beginning of this afterword, life is a cycle of destruction and rebirth. And all we can do is keep rolling forward, aiming for a place where we feel at ease. Just like the people in this story. The June arc of destruction and rebirth, just named it now. With that, the match is over. May the lives of everyone who read this keep rolling toward happiness. To every reader, my deepest thanks. Truly, thank you. Bonus short story. How about Burger Paradise with Sakura Kozuki today? Sunday. After hanging out with friends, I felt like spending a little time alone, so I stepped into a hamburger shop called Burger Paradigm that happened to catch my eye. As I debated what to order, I casually glanced around the shop to see if any seats were open, and there she was. A girl from my high school. It's Sakura Kozuki. She was sitting alone by the window, just starting to unwrap her burger. Sakura Kozuki is one of the most popular girls at our school. She's also active as a fashion model, and there's never a shortage of boys confessing their feelings to her. To think I'd run into her here by chance, maybe she's just finished a photo shoot or something. Her casual outfit is so stylish. I can't help staring, no. Someone plain like me staring at her would just be a bother to her. Maybe I should go to another place. Just as that thought crossed my mind. To my surprise, Sakura waved at me. As if we'd arranged to meet here in the first place. There's no way someone like me, a total nobody, could ignore someone like her, so I had no choice but to walk over. Prompted by her, I sat down across from her. What a coincidence running into you here. You're random girl-chan, right? From the same grade. Why yes, that's right. If you don't mind, want to split this with me? I just opened the wrapper, haven't taken a bite. Why? Just take it. Then thank you. Here, I'll break it in half. Under her watchful gaze, I took the smaller half of the burger she handed me and took a bite. What is this? Shocking, right? It's a blue cheeseburger, but it only has one thick slice of blue cheese, no patty. I even asked the staff, and apparently it's not a mistake. That's how it's supposed to be. Can you believe it? The regular cheeseburger has a patty and everything. It's just so weird, ahaha. Thanks, I really wanted to share the shock with someone. I'm so glad you happened to come into the same place. Hey, since you're here, why not go place your order and come back to eat here with me? There was no resisting Sakura Kozuki's perfectly dazzling smile. Honestly, I'd be more than happy to join her. It's no wonder the boys who confess to her never stop. Even as a girl, just being near her is enough to make my heart race like this. End of Volume 2.